Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the November 18th, 2019 meeting of the Hillsborough County Zoning Hearing Master. My name is James Scarola, and I'm going to be the hearing officer for the evening. A couple of procedural items we'll do before we get up and running with our regular agenda. First, we're going to do a little agenda housekeeping, so if you'd listen carefully and see if the petition you're interested in is involved with that. And after that, we'll go through a set of procedures on how we'll conduct the hearing, and then we'll move right on into it. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Brian Grady of the Development Services Department. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Mr. Scarola. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. Before I go through changes to the agenda, joining us at the dais tonight are to my left, Cameron Clark with the County Attorney's Office, to his left, Melissa Leinhardt with the Hillsborough County City County Planning Commission, and to her left, Tom Hisney with Development Services. Tom will be overseeing the special use portion of the agenda. We have one change to the published agenda. It's on page 9, item D2. This is rezoning application 19-1428. The applicant is Paul Savage and Ernest M. Hafeli. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing due to a late file comment from EPC. The applicants would like some time to resolve and the solution to address the comments from EPC, and so staff doesn't object to a continuance to that.
All right, so item D2 will be moved to the December 16, 2019 agenda.
Correct. And that's the only change on tonight's agenda. I'll now go through the published withdrawals and continuances. The first item is this is beginning on page 5 of the agenda, item A1, rezoning standard 19-0747. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A2, special use general 19-1244. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A3, special use general 19-1333. This application has been withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A4, special use alcohol beverage permit 19-1342. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A5, special use AB 19-1489. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A6, SU AB 19-1491. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A7, RZ standard 19-0748. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, RZ PD 19-0935. The application is being continued by the applicant to December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, special use LE 19-1026. This application has been continued by the applicant to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, RZPD 19-1168. This application has been continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, major mod application 19-1169. This application has been continued by the applicant to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, major mod application 19-1172. This application is continued by the applicant to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, SU general 19-1174. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 19-1296. This application has been continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, major mod application 19-1297. This application has been continued by the applicant to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, RZ PD 19-1308. This application has been continued by the applicant to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, MM 19-1310. This application is being continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, MM 19-1327. This application is being continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, RZ Standard 19-1328. This application has been continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, Major Mod 19-1329. This application has been continued by the applicant to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item 822, MM 19-1331. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item 822, Special Use General 19-1332. This application is continued by staff to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master
Brian,
hearing.
excuse me 1 second. I think just to clear the record up, when you got to 820, you hesitated, and then at 821, you said 822,
Oh,
and
I
then you
did?
said 822 again. So I don't know how you want to correct it, but you might want to go back to 821 and say what's happening again.
Okay, 821 is Major Mod Application 19-1331. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to December 16th, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item 822 is Special Use General Application 19-1332, and this application has been continued by staff to the December 16th, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Then item 823, RZ Standard 19-1401. This application has been continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item 824, Rezoning Standard 19-1422. This application has been continued by staff to the December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item 825, Rezoning Standard 19-1431. This is application out of order to be heard and has been continued to December 16, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item 826, Rezoning Standard 19-1463. This application is being continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. Item 827, Rezoning Standard 19-1483. This application is being continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. And item 828, Rezoning Standard 19-1487. This application is being continued by staff to the November 19, 2019 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
Okay, thank you for that. So ladies and gentlemen, with respect to our procedures tonight, a couple of things I'll point out right in the beginning. There are two different processes that occur during the hearing tonight for different types of applications. The Section C of the agenda, you'll notice some differences in that process. Those are special uses. In the case of special use requests, I'll conduct the hearing this evening and render a decision within 15 working days. So those get a decision within 15 working days. Then there are the requests for rezonings or modifications to zonings, which essentially are the rest of the agenda. And for those, the Land Development Code requires that a public hearing be conducted by a hearing officer prior to a final decision by the Board of County Commissioners. The hearing officer does not make the final decision, but instead renders a recommendation to the board who makes the final decision at their public meeting. The hearing tonight generally is going to be informal. Questioning will be confined as closely as possible to the scope of direct testimony. And what that means simply is that when you come forward, you'll be speaking directly with me. You won't be speaking to others or questioning others, just be speaking directly with me. As the hearing officer, I'll call and question witnesses as necessary and appropriate, and I'll be deciding all questions on procedure. Irrelevant, immaterial, and unduly repetitious evidence is going to be excluded. Any part of your evidence may be received in written form. All of your testimony tonight is going to be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used for the purpose of supplementing or explaining other evidence, but it won't be sufficient to support a finding unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. So having said that, the basic process tonight is going to be as follows. First, staff will introduce each petition, then the applicant and any of their witnesses can come forward and have up to 15 minutes to present the application and any supporting testimony or evidence. At that point, I'm going to turn it to Development Services, and they'll provide a summary of their staff report and do so in a period of about 5 minutes. I'll then look to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will make a statement of compliance or noncompliance and a summary of their staff report, and they'll have an opportunity of 5 minutes as well. At that point, I'm going to ask for any proponents. Proponents are not the applicant again. Instead, they are those that might be other parties in support of the petition. And there'll be an equal total time frame of 15 minutes set aside for that. At that point, I'll ask for any opposition in the audience. Same thing for opposition. There'll be a total time frame of 15 minutes set aside. A little pre-warning, you've probably noticed our hearing is lengthy tonight. If there are many that you know need to speak, either as proponents or opponents, get together early and appoint a primary speaker and allocate time. If not, I'm going to look to see who needs to speak, and I'm going to allocate whatever I can within the 15-minute time frame. At that point, after we've received any opposition testimony or not, I'll turn to staff and see if there's any changes to the staff reports based on the testimony received. And lastly, the applicant will have an opportunity for a final rebuttal for a period of 5 minutes. A couple of tips for you with regard to speaking. When you come forward to this lectern right in front of me, there's a microphone. Pull the microphone down. Name and address first. Name and address before you go to speak. After you do that, if for whatever reasons you end up sitting down and needing to come back up again, say your name before you speak. There's a record being established, and that's the reason, so the record can identify who's speaking. Don't need to say your address again. Just one time is good for that record. Speak clearly into the microphone when you speak, and when you're all done, at the end of this dais, there's a sign-in sheet right at this end over here. Go ahead and step over from the lectern to the sign-in sheet and sign your name and address, and that will establish a written record that you spoke at the hearing. Now, having said that, I think our first agenda item tonight is going to be one of the rezonings. So our Assistant County Attorney is going to explain to you your rights of establishing yourself as a party of record to be able to speak before the Board of County Commissioners. Good evening, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Scrolla. So I'm going to read some language into the record, and this is going to pertain to item B1 on tonight's agenda. Also, if you're here for items D1 through D3 or E1 through E9. What I'm about to read applies to you. If you're here for one of the special uses, which is items C1 through C4, I'll have more language to read on those cases after this first case. Also, I'm going to read some deadlines into the record, but for item B1, they're different because that case is on an expedited review. So I and Mr. Grady will read those other dates into the record when that time comes. So for the rezonings, tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is a time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is the public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its January 14th, 2020 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record made at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing officer for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on December 11th. Any party of record wishing to address the board at its public meeting must execute and submit a request for oral argument form explaining why oral argument is necessary. Requests for oral argument must be responsive to the hearing master's recommendation. Therefore, such requests cannot be filed until after the hearing master has submitted his recommendation to the county on December 11th. Following this date, any party wishing to address the board at its public meeting will have 10 days to submit a request for oral argument to the clerk to the Board of County Commissioners. Therefore, for tonight's applications, if you wish to address the board at its January 14th, 2020 land use meeting, you must file a request for oral argument between December 11th and the close of business on December 23rd, 2019. While the board is not required to hear oral argument at its public meeting, the board can elect to hear oral argument from a party of record. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual who is certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Should the board elect to hear oral argument, parties of record will be eligible to address the board if their requests for oral argument are responsive to the hearing master's recommendation, and if they clearly set forth why oral argument is necessary to address at least one of the 4 outstanding issues that are laid out in Section 10.03.04E of the Land Development Code. If the board elects to hear oral argument, the content of that argument shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence that is submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the County Attorney's Office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure all information you wish the board to consider as public meeting is entered in tonight's record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So ladies and gentlemen, if you plan on coming forward tonight to speak or to present any evidence at all, I'd like you to rise now with me and raise your right hand. If you're going to speak, rise now and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Mr. Scroll, before we get to the first item, again, with respect to the oral argument, if those who plan to speak tonight have questions regarding the filing of oral argument, Maricela Medrano's available here to answer any questions you might have. She's right over here, and she just raised her hand. So when we get to your case, if you have any questions after you've spoken regarding the oral argument, please.
This is about establishing your rights to be able to speak before the Board of County Commissioners. If you have any questions, if you didn't understand the information that was read into the record, Ms. Medrano can help you out. Okay. And one other tip I meant to give you tonight is that you can tell we have a lot on our agenda. Now, I can't start any petitions after 12 midnight. So with respect to the times that I read you, those are the Land Development Code prescribed times. So 15 minutes for the applicant as an example. They're available. That's your right, unquestionably. Don't feel the need to fill it if you don't need to. I've got the applications on file. I understand what was submitted. This is your opportunity to present any other testimony or evidence or explain what you have in the record. But don't feel the need to fill the time, because the people behind you are also trying to get in tonight and get their presentations done. So with that, Brian, we ready for our first one?
Yes, and then one more other announcement. We do have an overflow room on the first floor left off the elevators. And certainly if someone who's down there listening, we will certainly give you an opportunity to make sure that you can get back up here and speak. And hopefully as we move through the agenda, some more seats will open up and be able to accommodate you on this floor. With that being said, the first item on tonight's agenda is agenda item B1, rezoning application 19-0655. The applicant's LIV Development LLC. The request is rezone from AS1 to plan development. This was a remanded case requested by the applicant to address the outstanding issue regarding access to 90th Street and improvements associated with that. As noted by Cameron, this is going to be heard, unlike the other cases, tonight at the 12:10 BOCC land use meeting. Therefore, you will be filing your recommendation on November 26th, and the oral argument filing deadline then will be December 6th. Again, so you will be filing your report on 11/26, oral argument filing deadline of 12/6, and then the board hearing on 12/10. And Michelle Heiner will provide a staff presentation after a presentation by the applicant.
Okay, and the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. Representing Live Development, the applicant in this case. We appreciate staff working with us to work out the issues. I think all of the information is in the case file. We do have experts here to testify if you are interested in or have questions, but otherwise we are not going to make further presentation.
Okay, thank you for that.
Ms. Corbett.
And Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As stated, this is a remand back to the zoning hearing master specifically to discuss the issues that were brought before you at the previous ZHM regarding connectivity to 90th Street. And as the applicant's representative stated, since that time we have continued discussions with their team, and they have provided us with additional information which addresses firstly the U-turns that would occur on Causeway Boulevard, and then secondly what would occur on 32nd and 90th Street to eventually make a connection in that area. And essentially in that southeastern corner, what it will entail is dedicating and conveying land that's along their property frontages, making that expansion with a design exception because they are limited to how much they can expand, and making those improvements. And then for the remainder portion of 90th Street from the wetland line north to Causeway Boulevard, they will improve that for access, emergency access vehicles. So that southernmost access point, if you noticed on the revised plan, no longer says emergency only. It will be emergency until that entire roadway can be brought up to standards, which hopefully would occur when those other properties along the north of the site come in, redevelop, and we can seek additional right-of-way and then make a full improvement down 90th.
Fantastic.
And I do have a revised staff report.
Okay.
The previous one incorrectly stated that their entire frontage along 32nd would convey 30 feet, and I have been advised by transportation and the applicant that it's actually not the full area, it's a little west of that access point. So I've updated my report and the graphic, and there are no changes to conditions for that, so I'll provide that to you.
All right, thanks for that. And the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 20 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. I'll address the items that relate directly to the connectivity. Policy 1.4 of the future land use element states that vehicular traffic and access are elements that do affect compatibility. Access for the project will be located on Causeway Boulevard. An emergency-only access is proposed along 32nd Avenue, which will become a full access point once Causeway Boulevard is improved. No access on 90th Street along the project's frontage is proposed. The applicant has coordinated with the County Parks and Recreation Department concerning the right-of-way acquisition in order to improve 90th Street, but improvements to this roadway are limited at this time. The applicant is proposing western and eastern accesses for future connectivity opportunities. The applicant has agreed to dedicate and convey 30 feet of right-of-way within their property line to provide the needed width for the improvement of 90th Street. This widening improvement will be conducted by the applicant from the 32nd Street emergency access point to the site's wetland area along 90th Street. As properties to the north on the west side of 90th Street redevelop, the county will seek to obtain additional right-of-way for those property owners, bless you, to make full roadway expansion on Causeway Boulevard. The Greater Palm River Community Plan seeks to ensure a balance of walking, biking, and transit that serve neighborhoods, commercial, industrial uses. The plan states that that transportation improvements should address the demands of growth by maintaining a complete and connected network of streets, by avoiding cul-de-sac terminations and street closings and vacations of rights-of-way. Growth should also be addressed by maintaining a grid pattern of interconnected streets while avoiding impacts to natural wetland areas. The proposed development meets the intent of the Greater Palm River Community Plan concerning transportation improvements, interconnectivity, and compatibility. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any proponents? Anybody need to speak in support? Seeing none, is there anybody that needs to speak in opposition to this request? No? Anything else from the applicant?
Cami Corbett, no, nothing further. Thank
All right, thank you for that. And with that, we'll close PD 19-655 remand. All right, and we're going to now do our special uses. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into one of the other processes we described. And so now you'll get information about how that process is going to provide opportunity for appeals if necessary. So, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, allergies. For items C1 through C4, this language pertains to the special uses only. Oops, that's the wrong one. This portion of the land use hearing for public hearing is for special use requests. This is the time for interested parties to present evidence and testimony. Once the hearing officer has closed a case, the record of that case is also closed, and no new evidence regarding that case may be submitted thereafter. Any decision by the hearing officer may be appealed to the appeals board. Should a decision of the hearing officer be appealed, the evidence and testimony presented at this public hearing shall be the only evidence that is subject to review by the appeals board. In reaching a final decision on petitions, the appeals board will only consider the hearing officer's decision and the record made at this public hearing. If an appeal is filed, the appeals board hearing shall consist of oral argument by the party appealing the decision, by county staff, and by any interveners, each of whom may be represented by legal counsel. The following shall have standing to appeal a decision of the hearing officer or to intervene in an appeal. First is the applicant. Second is anyone who appeared before the hearing officer, presented testimony or other evidence, and is adversely affected by the decision of the hearing officer. It's the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is allowed before the appeals board, that was not presented to the hearing officer at tonight's hearing. The county attorney will recommend that the appeals board disregard evidence or testimony that is outside the record made at tonight's hearing. Any evidence presented to the appeals board that outside tonight's record could jeopardize the legality of the appeals board decision, and the presenter of that evidence could hurt his or her own cause. The safest course of action then is to write down any comments that you make today and to repeat those comments to the appeals board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Brian?
Mr. Hisley handles this. Mr. Hisley handles the special use portion.
Tom, I think we're ready for the first special use.
All right, our first special use case is item C1, the special use application 19-0834. The applicant is the Hindu Temple of Florida Incorporated. The request is a special use permit for a church, and this request includes variances to certain lot development standards and parking requirements. Staff report and recommendation will be presented by Michelle Heinrich following the applicant's presentation.
Okay, is the applicant here? Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Patricia Ortiz. My address is 2810 North Central Avenue, Tampa, 33602. As stated, I'm representing Hindu Temple of Florida in a request for special use. The project we're proposing is a 16,970 square foot multi-purpose building along with 66 additional parking spaces. It's proposed to be located on the parcel to the south, across the street from the existing temple. Along with this, we're asking for one waiver and a few variances. The waiver is intended to allow the church use to be located on a local road rather than an arterial or collector. And that's because there are more than 300 seats. We're asking for variances to the setback requirements of the new building because it's a corner lot, it's kind of small in size, and it's duly zoned RSC2, mobile home overlay, and AS1. It's required to have 50-foot front setbacks, and there are 2 front yards. So what we've done is we've forced the building to the eastern side of the lot to allow for parking area on the west, and we've worked with staff to promote like a safe pedestrian crossing. We have some linked sidewalks. There will be a marked crosswalk, some signage, and some fencing, which will encourage people to cross at this particular location. We're asking for a variance also to reduce the number of parking spaces from 142, which is required for a church of this size, down to 104. And this request is it's in line with the standards of the technical manual, and we have staff support. We're also asking for a variance to allow for off-site parking in the AS zoning district. It's not allowed. If it were to be allowed, we would be required to have that parking within 300 feet of the main entrance of the temple, and it's not. What we've done, there are 38 parking spaces currently on site, and a shared parking agreement with the nearby Indian Cultural Center and the adjacent temple. So we've located another 32 parking spaces in front of the temple and more parking near the multi-use building. And that kind of sums up what we're asking for. Do you have any questions of me?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Development Services, Michelle.
Good evening, Michelle Haring, Development Services. As you heard, this is a special use permit for an existing Hindu temple located on the north side of Lynn Road. And under this permit, they are seeking to expand the area, as you saw on the map, to the southern portion, which is an area along the south side of Lynn Road. The 3.77 acre area is zoned both AS1 and RSC2 with a mobile home overlay. And the area to the north is all in the AS1 zoning category. Any church that has a seating capacity over or under 300 in any of the agricultural districts is a conditional use. However, once they are seeking to utilize area that's zone RSC2, that's what drove it into the special use process. However, as you heard, they're not increasing the number of members that are in the church or the seating capacity. It's actually just an area expansion. And just to touch on that, in the northern area exists an existing Hindu temple, parking, and 2 multi-purpose buildings. The area to the south is a little over 1 acre in size, and what are they proposing for that is a third multipurpose building and additional parking. And that new building will not be used for additional worship space or any rental banquet facility type uses. It will be used solely by the church for educational purposes, administrative purposes, and I believe they intend to move their cantina, which again is for members only, to this new building. Combined, the existing and the proposed square footage will not exceed the 0.25 FAR that's permitted under the comp plan. And just to let you know, because the Hindu religion, as the applicant has educated us, is a little bit different in that they don't have fixed seating like the conventional churches do. So when determining the number of members they have, which also feeds into your parking calculations, it's determined in the LDC by square footage. So they provided us with the worship square footage, and that's what gave us the number of members that is mentioned throughout the report. As the applicant stated, there is a waiver that is requested having to do with the roadway classification, and then there are also 5 variances which the applicant touched upon. In the interest of time, I don't think you need me to explain any further on those, but I'm happy if you have any questions. And given that staff does support the waiver and the variance applications and the application, we recommend approval subject to proposed conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Michelle, one small question. Page 3 of your report, right at the top in that second beginnings of a paragraph, that's, it talks about a cross access currently exists on the property to both the north and west.
Oh, I'm sorry, that should have been to the east.
It is east, right?
Yes, but I also do believe that there may be cross-access, the applicant's representative would have to correct me, to the east, because there are a grouping of temples that previously used one shared parking area.
Right.
So I believe there is parking on the west and also along the east once you get into the ICC property.
Okay, so show a site plan and point out the, where it says cross-access currently exists on the property to both the, go ahead and point them out.
Yeah, sure. For the record, Patricia Ortiz. So cross-access exists here, going to the north onto
North.
the Indian Temple, the Indian Cultural Center's property.
Yep.
Also, you can enter the property, obviously from Lynn Road, take this access road, and then head to the west to get onto property that is currently controlled by the John Temple.
Oh, so there is a cross-access to the
Yes.
west.
Yes, on both the east, west, and north.
And and then where's the east one?
What we're doing is we're proposing access on this portion of the property here on the east, but the property to the east is a retention pond, so there is no access over that way.
Okay.
No. So the parking configuration will be as follows. You could enter the site here from the east, and park here in front of the existing temple, or you could access, as is currently being done on this western corner, travel north and park up here, or in the new parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
and-
just to clear up the transcript well, so your statement in the report is correct. There's cross-access to the north and west.
Correct. However, on the site plan, there is a portion that says existing cross-access. So that's just what I would need the applicant to clear up.
Let's see what that.
I'll show it to her
Yeah,
if you'd like me to.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm sorry about that. As you travel from the current access point north, you could travel straight ahead going north onto the Indian Cultural Center's property. You could also turn and head to the east, and that is also Indian Cultural Center.
Okay, so I take back my clearing up the transcript and re-clear it up to say, it should say north, east, and west, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No, I'll just answer questions if you have them.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Michelle,
sure.
good?
Same, I'll be available if you have questions.
All right, thank you. And the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and within the limits of the Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan. The proposed special use would allow for uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern and that are an allowable use to be considered within the residential 4 future land use category. The community design component in the future land use element contains policy direction about designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surroundings. It further states that new developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of an area. The stormwater pond in the southern parcel will provide a natural buffer to the single-family residential to the south. Though the applicant is requesting several variances, the buildings have been placed where they least impact the residential in the area. Churches, schools, and daycare centers are defined as residential support uses by the comprehensive plan, and they are allowable in residential future land use categories as long as their intensity and design are compatible with the surrounding land uses. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding single-family detached residential land uses. The Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan supports development redevelopment that ensures that development is integrated with the existing suburban nature of each neighborhood. The applicant has proposed measures to mitigate impacts to the surrounding development pattern. With the addition of the parcel south of Lynn Road, the Development Services staff is requesting a pedestrian crosswalk. This is consistent with Objective 15-2 of the Community Design Component. The applicant will have to provide signage marking, making the crosswalk safe and easily identifiable. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by staff.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody here tonight that needs to speak in support of this request? Is there? Okay, do you use graphics? Okay, so if you would step up here to this lectern, yeah? Pull the microphone down close to you. Name and address.
My name is Palanisamy Ratnasamy. My address is 5919 Lynn Road, Tampa, Florida 33624.
Thank you.
We recently moved in April of 2019. We moved into this new address so that we can be close to our church. So we are neighbors, and currently our classrooms, we study for our, like a Bible study, we have Gita studies. Our classrooms are very restricted. And I know that our church is now requesting a multi-purpose building to add more classrooms. And by allowing this, it will allow us, the parishioners of this church, to use of the building. So I would recommend that, I would request that the proposed proposal is accepted. It will be helpful to our parishioners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else that needs to speak? Sir. Yes, sir. Okay, for anybody else that needs to speak, yes, sir, come on up. Anybody else that needs to speak, please go out to the sides of the aisle already, or of your row, so that we can get through this as quickly as possible. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Amal Yelker. My address 6611 Thornton Palms Drive, Tampa, Florida 33647. I'm a resident of Tampa Palms since 2008. Very regularly go to the Hindu temple. We moved from South Dakota back in 2008. Very staunch believer in the Hindu temple. It's a very big temple for us that we regularly go to. It really requires a little big room for us to have a good serving of food, and also classes for my kids. I have two boys, and they would like to go to Gita. They would like to learn the Hindu culture. And it's very difficult for us to go where the rooms are very small. And that's why the proposal comes from Hindu temple, which I, as an engineer working here in Tampa, very well see that it could happen if Hillsborough County would approve it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I really appreciate it.
Anybody else in support? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? Okay, I see no opposition. Anything else from staff? Anything from the applicant?
Just one thing, I'm going to submit some documents into the record that kind of clarify the history of Hindu Temple and the development, kind of tell how we got to the point that we did with this development. One of the things that I'll enter is the approval for Hindu Village, which is located next door, which kind of helped us figure out how to develop this land. I think that'll be helpful for you, and that's all I have.
Be great, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll close special use 19834. Tom?
Our next case is item C2, special use application 19-1165. The applicant is Northside Church of Christ. The request is a special use permit for a child care center. Staff report and recommendation will be presented by Colleen Marshall following the applicant's presentation.
Okay. And the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening. Geraldine Campbell, 6906 North 50th Street, Northside Church of Christ.
Okay. Could you raise that microphone just a little bit more? Yeah, there you
Sure,
go.
I could. Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So this evening, we'd like to start off with just saying that we're very happy to be here. This has been an extensive journey for us. We started this in 2016, uncovering a lot of different things. Our mission at Northside Church of Christ, as well as the New Youth Center, is to service the urban community for children who have learning disabilities, special needs, as well as broken homes. So we're looking to obtain this rezoning so that we can continue with our licensure. We already have our building. We've had things donated from local schools, Pasco County, Hillsborough County, computers, desk. I have my board here as they've been supporting. We've raised money over the years doing fish fries. I mean, we have really just tried to get in and do a lot of things to help the youth in our area. So we pretty much have submitted everything we need, and you shouldn't be missing anything.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. And development services.
I was coming. I was just going to take it long.
Good evening.
Good evening. Colleen Marshall, Development Services. The request tonight is for a child care center located at 6906 North 50th Street, zoned RSC 6. As proposed by the applicant, the child care center will serve a maximum of 30 children. The facility will occupy an existing 700 square foot building on the northeast portion of the church site. Hours of operation will be limited to Monday noon to 6:30 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday 1 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Facility will be closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Development in the area is prominently residential with commercial development at the intersection of North 50th Street and East Sly Avenue. Single-family residential development exists to the north and west of the subject property, with multifamily residential to the east across North 50th Street, as well as small commercial strip center developments to the east across North 50th Street and south across Sly Avenue. No objections were received by reviewing agencies. Staff finds the proposed facility complies with the requirements of LDC Section 61124 for child care centers. Staff recommends approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Don't have any, but thank you. And the Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 6 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The proposed special use for an after-school program would allow uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern and also allowable uses within the Residential 6 Future Land Use category. The community design component and the future land use element of the comprehensive plan contains policy direction about designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surroundings. It further states that new developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of an area. Residential support uses are encouraged to be located in residential areas to support the resident neighborhood population. The proposed special use for an after-school facility is also comparable to the surrounding development pattern, as the subject property is surrounded by residential uses. The subject site is located within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan, which encourages improvement of educational opportunities and after-school programs designed to involve youth in constructive activities. The applicant's special use request supports that vision of the community plan. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services.
Okay, thank you for that. And is there anybody who needs to speak in support of this request? All right, seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? No? Ma'am, is there anything else you need to get on the record before I close it out?
Geraldine Campbell Allen, nothing else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll close special use 19-1165.
And the next case is item C3. This is special use application 19-1205. The applicant is Grace Community Church of Brandon. The request is for a special use permit for a private school. Staff report and recommendation will be presented by Steve Beachy following the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Squirrel. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa, representing the owner and applicant, Grace Christian School and Church. Mr. Squirrel, I'm going to be brief tonight. This is a rather straightforward request. This was approved back in 2018 under STU 18102 for a 700-student school. We had a binding condition at that time for a northbound right turn lane to alleviate peak hour parents picking up their students in the afternoon on Valrico Road. Unfortunately, during the design engineering review, staff brought to our attention with our engineer that there was a potential safety conflict. The right-of-way is skewed north of our driveway to the east on Valrico Road, is skewed to the west of Valrico Road, south of our access. There's also close proximity of trees and power pole improvements. So we met with Mr. Williams, Public Works Director, and it was his determination that on balance, that the public's interest would be best served by the removal of that northbound right turn lane to remove a potential jog that would have travel through lanes, particularly southbound, being closer to those fixed improvements. So I'm going to file the request to Mr. Williams by our engineering group, and then Mr. Williams' approval back. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
One question, maybe it's you, maybe it's Brian or Tom, but so there's no modification able to be done, so it's a request for a new special use, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. The code does not have a provision like it does with PDs to modify an existing special use approval. You actually have to obtain a new one to amend it in whatever manner you're proposing.
So having said that, Mr. Horner, there was a previously issued special use.
That's
but
correct.
for the right turn lane, are there any findings that you wouldn't accept? Would you agree to adopt that into this record?
Yes, we are fine with the conditions prior. We are fine with the conditions proposed, less the requirement for the right turn northbound lane. So It is a new special use. There's no minor modification. It unfortunately was required for that amendment.
Okay. All right. Is that good with you, Tom?
Yes, actually, when Steve does his presentation, you'll see that the recommendation includes a new set of conditions. Those conditions reflect the existing conditions with the exception of eliminating the turn lane requirement. So all other conditions that were previously approved will remain in place as part of this approval.
Okay. My point was simply that the record's got to facilitate the findings to comply with the Land Development Code, and this doesn't necessarily go into each of those. The findings that don't really relate, it doesn't really go into that at this point. So my question to you was, are you willing to adopt the previous record?
Yeah, Mr. Scroll, for the record, we would adopt all your findings, recommendations, and conclusions, as well as our presentation on the justification as part of that prior special use approval.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Horner.
Thank you.
Yeah, staff concurs as well.
All right. Thanks, Tom. All right. Development Services, Mr. Beachy. Good evening.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. The actual reference in the Land Development Code for that section that requires that have an existing special use get a new approval is section 100203J. And in this case, the applicant is requesting to renew a request for approval of expansion of a school with construction of a new building and enrollment increase of approximately 385 students to 700 students. The applicant has addressed the need to remove that condition, and that again is the only condition that is really changing, so I don't need to, in the interest of time, I don't need to go any further into that. Staff recommendation is for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Beachy. And the Planning Commission.
The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. The proposed special use for the addition of a 28,000 square foot building to an existing private school would allow uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern and also allowable with the within residential 4 future land use category. The intent of residential 4 is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development in addition to suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office, multi-purpose and mixed-use projects. Residential sport uses are encouraged to be located in residential areas to support the neighborhood residential population, and the proposed special use for the addition of the school facility was also comparable to the surrounding development pattern as it is surrounded by residential uses. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services.
All right, thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
Anybody here tonight that needs to speak in support? I see none. Is there any opposition to this request? Mr. Horner, anything else before I close?
Just 2 minor cleanup items. I just want to be absolutely clear that
Yes.
this represents no change in entitlements to the prior approved special use. I did note for the record that the Planning Commission report did indicate an expansion request of 28,000 square feet, and that is
You
not
said
part.
didn't it? You kind of did indicate?
It did indicate. So I sent an email, and I believe that report has been amended because we are no longer asking for that. It never was part of our request. I think there was just a misunderstanding. So.
Well, okay, so now I want to make sure this is an amendment that still needs to be done for the record.
Sure, and I can follow up with that and
Great.
file in optics the most updated report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Scroll. Thank
All
you.
right, with that, we'll close special use 19-1205. Okay,
Our
Tom.
final special use tonight is item C4. This is application 19-1490. The applicant is AmVets Post number 26, Valrico Incorporated. The request is for an 11C social club alcoholic beverage permit, which requires a distance separation waiver. Staff report and recommendation will be presented by Annie Barnes following the applicant's presentation.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. I'm here for the AmVets Post 26 Valrico at 221 South Dover Road on waiver for residents. The subdivision entrance is to the east across from Dover Road. The entrance has both sides of 6-foot concrete. Also, it has a gated community. The AmVets building sits back from the road. The building faces towards the east. It will be concealed against the other 2 buildings that are already wet zoned. If you see on your wet zoning survey, buildings 1 and 2 are already wet zoned, and they're asking for 3, 4, and 5 around the perimeter, which is all dark, to be wet zoned. The outside area is 4,068 square feet. So the approximate total will be 8218 square feet. You okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is going to be for 11C. It's just an extension of premise. If they're approved, I need to rescind the 12-0713. The waiver, the residential is, for the zoning is 147 feet away out of the 250.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
I don't, but thank you.
Perfect.
All right, and Development Services.
I'm coming.
Good evening.
Good evening. Annie Barnes, Development Services. Pursuant to Land Development Code 61111, the request is for a distance separation waiver for an 11C social club alcoholic beverage permit to allow for the sale and consumption of beer, wine, and liquor on the permitted premises only to members and their guests for a chartered social club. The existing social club, AmVets Post number 26, is located at 221 South Dover Road. There's an existing 11C wet zoning on the property, AB 120713, approved for 1,399 square feet of indoor area. As shown on the wet survey received September 24th, the proposed wet zone footprint is a total of 82 8,218 square feet in size. There is a residentially zoned property 147 feet east of the proposed wet zoning. The applicant requests a 103-foot distance separation from the 250-foot separation requirement from residentially zoned property. Staff finds the proposed wet zoning does not pose significant impacts on surrounding land uses, and the necessity for the specified distance separation is negated by the circumstances outlined in the submitted staff report. Staff finds the 11C Social Club AB permit request to be approvable. If approved, the existing 11C wet zoning on the subject premises AB 120713 shall be rescinded. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that. Okay, is there anybody here today in support of this request? Okay, seeing none, is there any opposition to the request? No. Anything else from the applicant? All right, thank you. And with that, we'll close special use 19-1490.
Mr. Scroll, before we get to the next item on the agenda, we've been advised, and the applicant is here to speak to that, the applicant for E9, that's Major Mod 19-1173, would like to seek a continuance to the January 21st zoning hearing master hearing. And my understanding is there are folks who are here, residents that were in the overflow room that are coming in now, and I don't know if they may or may not want to speak to the continuance request, but...
Okay, let's hear from the applicant first. That's E9 regarding a continuance only, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Scroll. I will keep this brief. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, KTEC. Up until really last Thursday and even on Friday, we were still working with county transportation staff on dealing with really the one issue we have. It's a major one. I think there's a fair number of neighbors here about it regarding eliminating access on Lake Gornto Road. We submitted an alternative proposal on Friday, but out of fairness to staff, that is certainly not enough time for staff to review it, nor enough for the neighborhood who are understandably concerned about this development to fully understand what we're proposing. So we would like a continuance to January so that we can continue to work with county staff on our major mod and with the neighborhood as well.
Okay, appreciate that request. Now we may have some people here, so let me see. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in, this is agenda item E9. The agenda reads Tyler Hudson as the applicant. There's been a continuance requested. If you have an interest in the continuance and need to speak to it, only to the continuance, by the way, not the rest of the case, I ask that you come forward now and let me know if you have any concerns about the continuance. Anybody that needs to speak on the continuance request for E9? Good evening.
My name is Eric Jablon, 10435 Alcon Blue Drive. I am the president of Mariposa Homeowners Association. Yep. We do request to continue working and postpone the application to continue working with the developer.
I appreciate you letting me know that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
No. Get to that microphone before you say your name.
Samuel Higginbottom, 10525 Cardera Drive. Just want to clarify, is the application still closed, or will we be able to submit additional documents? We're a new association at this point, and we've just retained counsel for the association, and a lot of us haven't received, so we just want to clarify that we'll be able to submit our own.
Yes, with the continuance that the record's still open, you'll be able to submit additional documents between now and the scheduled hearing in January.
Thank you.
Any other concerns about the continuance, sir, before you leave the microphone? Sir? Could you step on back to the microphone? That's all right.
I was waiting. I have no other concerns. That was my only concern, was
Thank
make
you.
sure that we could submit as a community.
I appreciate that. Okay, anybody needs to speak about the continuance? No one else? Anything from staff before I do?
No, and again, the date will be January 21st.
Okay, so we're going to continue agenda item E9. It's rezoning 19-1173 to the January 21st agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, please exit as soon as you can, and then we're going to take a 2-minute break here while the while we clear the room. Thank you, by the way. I had my my coffee. Thank you, Allison. I had my. Listen, I'm so set up, it's not funny, but once I go into a spasm like that, I can't help it. I've got chicken soup, drinks, things to eat, and I can't stop coughing. It's like a sinus drip, I think, from the cold front that came through, but for whatever reasons, I always like hyper cough when these things happen. This is one of my biggest fears, is that I do it during a year. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly keep it down, we're going to start our next hearing. So thank you.
The next item then is...
All right, again, I'm going to ask if you would keep it down, please, as you exit. We're going to be conducting other hearings. Thank you.
The next item then is agenda item D1 is rezoning application 19-1423. The applicant is Robert V. Verrill, trustee. The request is rezoned from RDC 12 to commercial general. Tanya Chappella will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South in St. Petersburg. Here today for this case. If we go to the overhead here, please. I'll keep this short, as having zoning staff and support, planning commission support. We've had no response from the public to the public notices. I think the best direction for the zoning staff is indicating that this area of MLK Boulevard is transitioning to a commercial corridor. The site is located at an intersection with existing commercial uses. The planning commission, I think their premise point in the report is that due to the commercial character of this area and the location of the site at a major intersection, CG would provide a more appropriate use and supports the policy directing commercial uses, land use categories, zonings, a lot of activity. At this particular area, a couple car washes across the street, closed C-store that seems to be being redone, commercial store here. The staff notes a number of times in the reports that the several residential homes are vacant, part of that transitioning. These are the commercial uses that are adjacent to the site at the moment, and these are what is across the street. So, and finally, it is located at an intersection. Principal arterial, MLK. 2017 ADT was 42,000 average vehicles per day. So with that, I'll put this in the record. So with that, Mr. Scrolla, I don't think there's any other details we need to go through. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't have any, but thank you, Mr. Pressman. And Development Services. Mr. Chappella? Yes, I think you're up. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Chappella, Development Services. The request is to rezone approximately 0.45 acres from RDC 12, residential, duplex, conventional, to CG, commercial, general. The parcel is located on the southwest corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Waite Street in Sefner, Mango. The parcel is bounded by 3 streets and 1 alleyway to the west. While the general area to the west and south consists today of residential parcels zone RDC 12, many of these parcels are vacant today. Additionally, other parcels along the south side of MLK Jr. Boulevard, west of the subject site, are zoned today CN or PD with commercial entitlements. Other properties along MLK Boulevard west and directly across Northeast of the subject site are Zone PD for commercial uses and consist of shopping centers, car wash, gas stations, and drugstores. This area of MLK Jr. is transitioning to a commercial corridor. The surroundings contain today several property zones, CG, and PD. Zoning changes in the area have been occurring as recently as 2014 and 2016 from residential to commercial. And many of the RDC 12 parcels nearby and along MLK Jr. Boulevard are vacant today and will likely develop with commercial uses. The site is located at an intersection with existing commercial uses. The site will be subject to the commercial general uses found in the Land Development Code. And the uses contemplated in the CG zoning district are compatible with nearby commercial development. The site will be developed in accordance with the development standards of the CG district. No variations or variances are being requested so far. Development Services staff finds that the proposed CG zoning district is compatible with the emerging surrounding development and zoning patterns. Therefore, our staff recommends approval of this rezoning request. And I'm going to ask James Ratliff to present the transportation staff comments.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Ratliff.
Good evening, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. Essentially, this just had not been uploaded into the record in time, so I'm going to give you a copy and placing that in. It's Euclidean rezoning, so it's very straightforward.
Okay.
Staff has no objection.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, and the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 9 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. The applicant is proposing to rezone 0.45 acres from residential duplex conventional 12 to commercial general. The request would allow for consideration of commercial general uses, and the site is presently vacant. The Residential 9 future land use category allows for the consideration of non-residential uses if the project meets locational criteria. According to the future land use element policy direction, development of higher intensity non-residential uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods are to be restricted to collector and arterial roadways. The site is adjacent to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, which is identified as an arterial. More specifically, the site is in the southwest quadrant of the intersection of MLK and Lakewood Drive, and the comprehensive plan directs the more intensive uses toward intersections while providing less intense uses such as offices, professional services, or specialty retail toward the edges of those activity centers. Furthermore, this intersection is an identified node that is consistent with both locational and intersection criteria for the location of non-residential uses. The locational criteria is outlined in the comprehensive plan. That is not the only factor to be considered for approval of commercial uses. Compatibility and the availability of public services are also taken into consideration. Development and redevelopment should be integrated with adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses or complementary uses. While there is an existing residence directly to the west of the subject site, there are light and commercial uses to the east and northeast of the site. Directly to the south of the site is a church and an office building that is used by the church. Approximately 2 blocks to the west of the site is a shopping plaza. Due to the commercial character of the area and the location of the site at a major intersection, the CG zoning district would provide for an appropriate use for the site. The subject property is within the Seffner Mango Community Plan, and this plan recognizes the commercial character of MLK within the urban service area. One of the goals of the plan is to continue to encourage commercial development along this roadway, and this request supports this policy direction by encouraging commercial uses on a property that is adjacent to Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, further recognizing the commercial character of the corridor. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services.
Okay, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the request? Nope. Okay, and anything else from the applicant? You good? Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close rezoning 191423.
Next item is agenda item D3. Agenda item D2 was continued at the beginning of the hearing. Item D3 is rezoning application standard 19-1484. The applicant is Ruben Balderas. The request is to rezone from residential single-family conventional 6 to commercial intensive CI. Tanya Chapella will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Balderas. Address is 11528 South US Highway 41 in Gissington. Try to change residential to commercial.
My name is Bianca Call, and I'm acting as interpreter for Mr. Balderas.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else in the presentation?
¿Algo más que usted le gustaría presentar?
No, eso es todo.
That's all.
Okay, good. That's fine. And Development Services.
Development Services, my name is Tanya Chapella. The request is to rezone approximately 0.59 acres from RSC 6 MH, residential single-family conventional mobile home overlay, to CI, commercial intensive. While the property is mostly surrounded by residential uses, is located in the South 41 Highway, a non-residential corridor containing several properties zoned CI with light industrial uses. Staff finds that the proposed zoning district CI is compatible with the surrounding development and zoning patterns. Staff finds that the proposed request is approvable. I'm here for your questions, if you have any.
I don't have any, but thank you. And Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area, and it is also located within the limits of the Gibsonton Community Plan, as well as the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property from RSC 6 to Commercial Intensive, or CI. The specific intent of the OC 20 Future Land Use category is to recognize existing commercial and office centers and provide for future development opportunities. CI uses are allowed to be considered in the OC 20 Future Land Use category. The applicant will be required to mitigate through buffering and screening any adverse impacts the commercial development of the site may impose on any adjacent residential. Due to the location of the subject site within the coastal high hazard, the use of septic tanks for new development is prohibited per policy 6.6 of the coastal management element. The site will require utility connections to water and sewer. In addition, the Gibsonton Community Plan emphasizes the importance of business growth along the U.S. Highway 41 corridor. Specifically, the community plan encourages appropriately scaled commercial development by enhancing the opportunities for businesses and especially neighborhood retail along US 41. Given the area's surrounding development pattern with commercial zoning districts along US Highway 41 and the intensity that's expected in the OC 20 Future Land Use category, staff finds the proposed rezoning compatible. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County.
Okay, thank you. Anybody here today in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the request? I see none. Anything else from the applicant at all? No? All right. With that, we're going to close rezoning 191428.
The next item is agenda item E1, I think you may have said the wrong number for D3. You said 1428 you were closing, so.
Did I? Well,
Yes.
so we closed 191484. So let's correct the record for that. We closed 191484.
Thank you. The next item then is agenda item E1, a major mod application 19-0521. The applicant is Bose Rudd Development LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
The applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Scarola. J.D. Al-Sabah, Sycamore Engineering, 8370 West Hillsborough Avenue, Suite 205, Tampa, Florida, 33615, already sworn. The subject property is 82-acre located in the southwest quadrant of US 301 and Sly Avenue. It is, of course, 50-acre upland, about 32-acre wetland, already the wetland delineated by Swiftman and approved. It's PD zoning, and we ask for major mod. It's CMU 12, future land use. So if you
Mr. Hearing Officer, I have to interrupt real quickly. Are you showing stuff up as tablet? Is this in the written record? Is this part of the written materials?
I have copy of everything. I'm going to submit it to the record.
And you're going to submit it presently?
Yes, I have it clipped completely. Any exhibit, have a copy of it. I'm going to submit it.
Okay, as long as it's being submitted right now, this is not something you can submit tomorrow or something like that.
Right now. I'm going to submit it right now.
All right, just making sure.
Guarantee. So a southwest quadrant of 301 and the Sly Avenue. Of course, quickly look into the property. We have CI in the east. We have PD surrounding with PD. And this is phase 1 with woodland subdivision. And we have phase 2 and 3 of woodland subdivision. To the south of us, there is existing Waxford 240 townhome, plus a 350 apartment, and going into one access on Orient Road, both of them. So as we see, it's mostly, we have two access. We're going to have access to, to Wood Branch, with Wood Branch a 60-foot collector road owned by the county. And we have an access to recently approved PD, which is, we have two access. As you see, the rest is wetland completely. So the approved PD is from 1980. It's approved for 400 unit single family. We are asking for modification to the PD with 220 single family and 345 townhome. The allowable unit on this property is 744, about 50 acre multiplied by 12, multiplied by 25% for bonus. And we're asking for 75% only, which is the minimum 75% allowed by or required by the Planning Commission. So we are on the edge of that. The same we're applying for two user. With the two user is townhome and single family, which required also minimum two user. This is approved PD with, as you see, there is existing main road and 60-foot wide the main road. This is the reason for this, because there is existing force main owned by the city of Tampa in the middle of it, because there is existing on the site existing lift station.
In the middle of the road, the alignment of the road?
Yes.
In the middle of, literally in the middle of it?
That's correct.
The center line of the...
The center line of the road, exactly. So, based on that, we create our option here. We have two options, which we called one of them was wetland impact and one without wetland impact. So, as you see, we align completely with the main road, and we have a 3-tract of residential we propose. So, the same way, this is a lift station, those 3-tract. The proposed impact is de minimis. As you see, we have a little impact here with the road, and this is, as you know, Mr. Scola, we're gonna ended up having conveying system connect between those two wetland. So we're gonna ended up with de minimis impact to the wetland. So so that's the option we propose.
So what's the total reduction in wetland impact from the approved plan?
It is really, we talk about it probably 0.3 acre.
So you have 0.3 in the proposed plan.
Correct.
And what was it in the original plan?
Well, this is the original plan. What we propose, this is upland cut. The best of our ability. This is isolated wetland, which is, and this is the impact. We have a close to 0.3 acre impact.
In the current plan?
Current plan. In the updated plan, about 0.15, half of it.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
So the other updated plan we propose with the staff, we work with them on this. As you see, we're going to have access here going to the first tract and to the second tract and to the third tract. Unfortunately, this is have an issue because we could not access to the lift station. And the second is, with the best of my ability, there's issue with the timing for emergency. So either we have to access, which might be timing here come from outside to the emergency vehicle might be take some more than 4 minutes as required. So based on that, this is the two options we propose. We conducted transportation analysis, and based on that, we are proposing left turn lane, right turn lane on Wood Branch. And there is no design exception we are requesting at all. Utility available Today, it's owned by the city of Tampa, and there's capacity. We can extend the water main inside, and of course, the force main is adjacent to us. No buffer exception or design variance we are requesting, or buffer or setback at all on that. So what's happened, we have been in continuous for a few times, or 4 times. We started with 744 unit, the maximum allowed. We meet with the neighbor, have a meeting to up view, and we ended up minimizing and eliminating many of the use, of course, with coordination with the staff. Some of them in the apartment, some of them the ALF, and we ended up with the minimum allowed use can be. So based on that, I think briefly, we asking for the minimum what allowed, and we review the condition and we agree with the staff on the condition. Nothing to add, except if you have a question.
I'm pretty good. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right. Development Services, Michelle.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a major modification to a plan development that was approved in 1980, and that number is 80-0090. And it is a 82.10 acre site, which has about 40% of it, as you saw on those plans, wetlands. The PD in 1980 was approved as Woodlands Phase 2 and 3 for 400 what they called patio court homes, which is a zero lot line type of development standard, which had a minimum lot size of 3,500 square feet. Under this modification, they are asking to increase the maximum number of units from 400 to 565 to allow townhome uses in addition to the single-family residential, and to increase the minimum lot size for the single-family residential to 4,000 square feet. The project is located in the CMU 12, which is the Community Mixed Use 12 unit per acre land use category. It requires the mixture of at least 2 land uses, which the applicant is providing by proposing townhome and single-family detached. And it does limit the density to 12 units per acre. For this project, their density will be 6.8 units per acre at the number of units that they're requesting. The project is also in the East Lake or Orient Park Community Plan, which directs growth to this area that is future land use category of CMU 12, given its proximity to major transportation routes and regional facilities, which they hope to provide with nearby housing. The project is also located in the urban service area where water and wastewater infrastructure is provided. As you saw, the project is located at the terminus of Wood Branch Drive, which is a platted public road classified as a collector. Wood Branch Drive provides access to Sly Avenue, which is also a 2-lane collector roadway. As you heard the applicant state, based on the trip generation that will be developed from this project, turn lanes are going to be triggered, and the applicant has agreed to provide those, so no design exception is requested. As you saw on the applicant's plan, their primary access will be at Wood Branch Drive. They are also proposing a cross-access in the northwest area of the project. That area was recently approved for a PD that already has a stub-out approved or proposed along the south, which they will connect to, and their development is a public roadway development. There is no cross-access proposed to the west or east due to intervening wetlands, and nothing proposed along the south because that property's already been developed without an opportunity to make any other connection. As you saw, the site's layout centralizes development within the upland areas, allowing either housing option, single-family detached or the townhome. Proposed conditions require additional compatibility measures along the northern PD boundary, given the existing residential neighborhood. If developed with townhomes, the height will be limited to 20 feet with adherence to the 2-to-1 setback for anything over 20 feet. And also a buffer of 20 feet with type A screening, which is a fence, a wall, or berm or landscaping, as you're aware of, with the 75% opacity. If developed with single-family residential, no additional buffer is proposed as the use is the same. However, under this modification, we would add that the lot size and lot width is increasing, and also a rear yard setback is being provided, which previously wasn't addressed. Also, if the applicant does have single-family detached lots on 40-foot wide lots, there are enhanced building design standards that the applicant has agreed to. To achieve the density plan for this category, as you heard, 40-foot wide lots are proposed, and we have the RSC 10 supplemental standards in the code. The applicant is proposing alternatives to that, which staff is in agreement to, being as it still addresses parking and streetscape concerns that come up when using the narrow lots. Planning Commission staff has found this to be consistent, and we received no objections from reviewing agencies, and therefore we do recommend approval subject to proposed conditions.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. And the Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area, and it's within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The applicant is proposing a major modification to an existing PD to allow a mixed-use project for detached and attached single-family residential units. The proposed use is an allowable use and is also consistent with the CMU Future Land Use category. The requested modification would be similar to the emerging higher density residential character of the area. The proposed townhomes would be comparable in scale and density to the residential in the area to the south, which is currently developed with townhomes. There are a substantial amount of wetlands on the site, and because more than 25% of the site is made up of wetlands, the density must be calculated based on the environmentally sensitive land credit, which is part of policy 13.3 of the future land use element. With an upland acreage of 49.6, the site can be considered for up to 744 units. Given that the subject property is in the urban service area, as per policy 1.2 of the future land use element, these sites are to be developed at a minimum of 75% of the allowable density per the land use category. The site is meeting this provision with proposing 565 units. Policy 19.1 of the future land use element requires a minimum of 2 land uses for new projects proposed in mixed-use future land use categories if they reach a certain acreage threshold. This project does, and so the applicant is providing 2 different housing types, single-family detached and single-family attached, to meet this provision. The comprehensive plan includes guidance on the protection of wetlands. EPC has reviewed this rezoning and included conditions of approval as part of this application. Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent, given that there is a separate approval process for wetland impacts with the EPC. Per the conditions of approval, the site will be required to provide cross-access to the adjacent north, which is consistent with policy 13-1.4 regarding connectivity. The proposed request supports the vision of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan by accommodating diverse income levels and a diverse population of homeownership, as well as encouraging higher density residential dwelling units. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services.
All right, thank you. Anybody here tonight that needs to speak in support of this request? Okay, seeing none, is there any opposition to the request? Okay, let me see. It looks like have you been assigned as a primary speaker? How many total need to speak?
There's 4 of us.
4 of us. Okay, then I'm just going to split up the time, if that's all right. Okay, great. Good evening.
Good evening. We had a PowerPoint. I just want to make sure that I'm able to. Good evening. My name is Robin Lindsay. I live at 8002 Deerwood Circle, Tampa, Florida 33610. I'm the captain of the Neighborhood Watch program. I also co-chair our voluntary HOA. If I could, I'd like to just take 1 second to ask the residents of the Woodlands who have come out tonight to support this process to just stand and be recognized.
Good evening. Thank you.
I also have letters from many of the residents who couldn't come, if I could hand those in at the end.
Sure you can.
I want to start out by saying we're a small neighborhood of about 114 homes. The proposed development plan estimates 655 homes running traffic down Wood Branch out onto an already overpopulated Sly Avenue. We went out and we took footage of Sly Avenue. Any morning, afternoon on Sly Avenue, this is daily traffic, backed up. This is traffic going westbound. So this would be like from 301 up to Orient and Sly Avenue. These pictures are really fairly self-explanatory, all of them. This goes around a bend. Again, traffic goes well down past our neighborhood. So this is a picture to the left. It's kind of hard to see. The picture to your left is us leaving our neighborhood. So if you were to go out of our neighborhood and make a left going westbound, you see already at our neighborhood, traffic is backed up from Orient Road all the way down past our neighborhood. And it continues, even in this picture. If you look to your right, that would be heading east towards 301. You see the traffic still well past our neighborhood. And if I could, I have a real quick video here. The day we were out taking pictures, let me see if I can get it to play. Sorry. Anyways, if you look up in the picture, there's an SUV up there, further up. That SUV literally cut us off where we were standing on the shoulder of the road and took that shoulder of the road, oncoming traffic, and literally drove all the way up to the private school that sits up there on Orient Road and Sly. Here's another picture. This accident happened right in the front of our neighborhood. They built an apartment complex across the street a couple years ago. They promised us a turn lane that would come into our neighborhood. They never gave us that turn lane. So now what traffic does is they come over into the turn lane that goes into the apartments. They make a legal turn that way, but if you're coming westbound, people get into that turn lane illegally and they turn into our neighborhood.
Okay, so that's 3 minutes of time. Let's stop the clock for 1 second. That's 3 minutes of time. If we're going to divide this up equally, that is your time. So it's up to you. So what does that mean? So this gentleman
Can I finish? They're aware. Oh, I'm sorry.
So one gentleman sat down. Sir, do you not need to speak? Okay, thank you. So that's 4. So
Okay.
You get another minute.
All right, thank you. I just want to say one of our biggest concerns is the fact that there is no sidewalks along Sly Avenue. With this additional traffic, you already go out on Sly. These are children walking to school on Sly Avenue. If you see one of those pictures, that's directly where that SUV cut us off and went up the shoulder of the road. There's no sidewalks. The ditches are often overgrown. There's trash laying out there. The lighting is horrible. And I just want to finish by saying this is our neighborhood. This is Wood Branch Drive. This is how we've known it for years. We love our neighborhood. It's safe. Our kids play out there every single day. And we just want to know that we're not going to be taken advantage of, because this is where we live. It's been this way for 40 years.
Okay, so appreciate the testimony. I do have one quick question for you. So you showed me a lot of off their site, traffic-related issues. What does that have to do with their site and what they're proposing?
Because they're planning to run traffic down Wood Branch Drive out onto Sly, and Sly is already completely overpopulated. The maintenance on Sly is horrible. You got a big dip in the road. If you hit that going the speed limit, your stuff flies. It's been like that forever. But now you're going to add traffic from 655 homes going out onto Sly Avenue without any major modifications to Sly.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Hello. Shirley O'Hearn, 8006.
Would you mind moving closer to that microphone? Thank you.
Sure. I thought it was pretty loud anyway. Shirley O'Hearn, 8006, Bond Ridge Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33610. I am co-chair of our voluntary HOA and a Woodlands resident. We would like to request, if homes are built, the developer and then the newly established HOA pay a percentage for the care and maintenance of the front entry off Sly into Wood Branch, with the amount based on a percentage of homes in each development. On Fawn Ridge South, we have a view of the woods containing trees, vegetation, and wildlife. We're requesting that the setback be a minimum of 50 feet. Rather Then the builder built a hedge. The trees and the foliage could remain as a barrier to the new homes, resulting in premium lots for the builder while protecting existing wildlife and our view.
Were there any conversations between you and the applicant about these issues before this hearing?
That's an interesting. We received a letter 1 week after the date of the developer. Apparently, they had planned a community meeting, and we all got the letter 1 week afterwards.
Okay. All right,
Go
thank you.
ahead.
Thank you.
Lisa can address that. She has the letter.
All right, thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Bowers, and I live at 8022 Fawn Ridge Circle in the Woodlands neighborhood. I work for another local regulatory agency, and I review plans for development such as this every single day. Nearly all of the new planned communities that I observe are being laid out with higher density units at the front of the property and detached units in the back, with a larger collector road without homes located directly on that road running through the development. This proposal, in my opinion, is coming to the table late in the game, as our neighborhood, which is already existing, does not allow for that ideal scenario. Our single-family detached homes are located north of the proposed development, and placement of higher density single-family attached units or apartments, as Mr. Alsabah mentioned in his presentation that we were not aware of, and directing that traffic solely through our neighborhood is inappropriate and inconsistent with what I see as typical. Also, many of our homes are located directly on Wood Branch Drive, with little buffering between the homes and the roads. Forcing all this traffic solely through Wood Branch Drive without an alternate access is not acceptable to our neighborhood and would serve to benefit the developer of the property while greatly impacting all of our residents. A second item I'd like to discuss with you is the neighborhood meeting that the developer has stated was held and that he has provided comments from. This meeting is said to have been held on July 31st of 2019. We received notice of this meeting on August 8th in envelopes that were postmarked August 6th, and some were not notified at all, and I do have copies of those letters to submit as well. Given this information, we had no way to know that this meeting was happening in time to attend. Can I ask for a quick show of hands from my neighbors who are in the same boat? We'd like to know why this meeting was seemingly held in secret and where the provided comments came from, because they did not come from us, the affected homeowners. We hope that these points and interests of our community will be considered in your decision-making. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Yes, sir. Good evening.
David Borisenko, 8065 Fawn Ridge Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33610. I never expected to be back here again, folks. I have a statement. I have a written statement. I'm going to turn it in afterwards, but I'm going to summarize it so we can move things along. I've lived in my house since 1984. It's the only house I've ever owned. It's the only place I've ever wanted to live after I moved there. That neighborhood is that nice. And I'm not unique. I mean, I'm here with lots of neighbors who have lived there for many years, and I'll give you a demonstration. How many people have lived at Fawn Ridge Circle, or excuse me, in the Woodlands for over 10 years? How many have lived there for over 20? How many have lived there for over 30? We're not, going to move away. We live there. We're bought into this place. And when we moved there, the people who moved there in the 80s, we dealt with a developer named Masri Zohar, who was represented by a fellow named Tom Dwyer. They had their model homes set up. They were communicating with us regularly. So the people who moved there originally, they knew about the zoning that took place in 1980. We were told that there was going to be an initial phase of 187 homes, and then the balance would be developed eventually. But they were honest. They were saying, we don't really know what that eventual stuff is going to be. We're still kind of contemplating it. So there was a possibility that they would come in with some different things other than what we had. But that first 187 homes is going to pretty much be identical to what we already had.
But you agree that zoning exists and it's
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm going. I mean, if 400 homes were good enough, they would have been built by 1990. We wouldn't even be here today. but for some reason they never got built. And I think the reason is because this is an example of bad land use planning. They painted themselves in a corner back there, and they never wanted only 400 homes. They wanted more than that, and they didn't think they could get it until, something happened. Well, now things are starting to happen. There's a zoning to the northwest. They've identified an area where we can have a cross access. But the problem is that cross access doesn't exist. And when you go out there, Mr. Scroll, I want you to look at it closely. 78th Street goes right into a wetland. So we have that blocking us. And then 2 independent developers are going to have to work out a coordination plan to set up that stub, those coordinated stubs. That's a lot to do. And what you're going to also see the traffic that Robin showed you. All of this is going to empty from that new road system right into the middle of that traffic on that blind corner. Now, we're hoping that they can fix all this stuff, but we have a problem with the fact that they still have so much to do to set up that stub out, and there's so many potential problems in the way. What we would like to see is a phasing option for this project so that their development is limited until that roadway exists, and the people who live back there have the option of going in both directions instead of just filing down Wood Branch Drive. Wood Branch Drive, if you look at the numbers and just the numbers only, it looks like there's no reason to be sympathetic to our neighborhood. But these people have had 40 years of virtually no traffic, 500 trips a day. Please look at more than just volume and the human impact of this. Also, we want you to look at this from best practices land use planning. This is a single ingress-egress subdivision, the worst sin you can commit in land use planning. And we're going to make it possibly worse because they still have to work out all the issues on that other access. And we don't know if they can do that. There's nothing in the conditions that, requires it. There's nothing that can be put in the conditions that requires it. They have the option to come back here and get a PRS to get out of it someday if there's 2 insurmountable problems. So what we're asking is for some protection, something built into the conditions. We'd like to see that the initial development restricted to only 187 homes, as we were promised, in the beginning. That was the first phase. And then once that's all developed and opened up out there, then build the rest of the 655 homes that they're proposing. We're fine with that, but we just want
Is that the bottom line?
No, it's not. In fact, you've just seen that there was a meeting held and we weren't invited to it. We didn't get to go to it and negotiate this stuff. We've never had a chance to talk about it. So what we're truly asking you for, Mr. Scarola, is to close this hearing and continue it. So this person can come meet with us, actually have a true meeting with us. And then maybe we can work this stuff out and come back to you all in agreement. That's a possibility. I think it's not only fair to us, it's fair to the applicant who who had a meeting, where he apparently talked to himself. So.
Thank you, Mr. Borsenka. Appreciate the testimony.
Sir?
All right. With that, I'm going to close opposition testimony. First, the public notice on the community meeting. Brian, can you elaborate any on that?
If the applicant chooses to conduct a neighborhood meeting, the requirements are send out notices to the same notice list that he sends out the original zoning application request to. So that's the notice requirement, is they would have sent out letters to all the property owners that received the original notice. So I can't.
Yeah, but the timing of the meeting, is there any requirement in the land development code for that?
I'd have to double check about the timing. Specifically, I'll have to look that up because I don't remember offhand what it is, but I'll certainly take a quick look at that. So.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And the applicant, if you would, first tell me what happened. What do you recall happening with the mailing of that community meeting notice?
Again, JD El Sabah, Sycamore Engineering, 8370 West Hillsborough Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33615. The best of my ability, I'm not aware of what the issue is. We send 242 piece of mail in the list. 242.
Well, the quantity isn't an issue. What is at issue is the timing.
I truthfully, I'm not sure why. There's some people show up, but probably several show up. And based on that, we did some improvement, which I'm going to show in a second here.
Well, okay. I'm sure you're going to show me some improvements from there, but you're hearing a pretty large contingency that, for whatever reasons, are united in their beliefs that your meeting occurred before they got noticed.
Well, we send it exactly with the notice. We send it exactly with the notice. So I'm really not sure what the detailed why it's not.
You sent it exactly with what notice?
With the notice to the hearing.
You sent it with the notice for the public hearing?
Correct.
Okay. And then what was the date of the community meeting?
This is July 31st. It was in the
So
library.
what was the mail out date of the public notice?
The best of my ability, the same what's required as timing when we send any notice. I'm not sure exactly the timing, but what should be 30 days or so before. So that's what we send that notice for. So it was August meeting, and we send it 30 days before.
Okay, give me 1 second. I want to see what Brian comes up with.
The requirement in the code, and I'm dealing with section 50306 B2 neighborhood meeting. If the applicant chooses to conduct a neighborhood meeting to satisfy the requirements in the code for the neighborhood meetings, the meeting must be held a minimum of 10 days after the required.
Brian, can you speak louder?
Sorry.
Yeah.
The requirement is the neighborhood meeting must be held a minimum of 10 days after the required notice deadline for the original hearing. So but that's the only specified requirements in the code.
One more time for me.
Minimum 10 days after the required notice deadline.
Is the requirement to have the meeting?
The applicant issued a meeting must be held a minimum of 10 days after the required notice deadline. So it's a minimum, so they could have it after that minimum 10 days.
Does that mean that if you were properly dated for your public notice, that there would have been a 10-day delay in the mail delivery, or 12 days? Does that logic follow?
It's supposed to be included with the required mail notice.
Yeah, but you have to have at least 10 days before you
Yeah,
have
you got
the
to
meeting.
give some time to
So
plan for it.
if I'm to take the understanding from both sides here, that means that the mail was delayed at least 10 days because they didn't get notice until after that meeting occurred. How many days after the public notice was the actual meeting?
Not after, before it was for August meeting, and we have it in July 31st. We don't have it, so we continue the hearing. Instead of August zoning hearing master, we continue. And we have the meeting in July 31st.
Well, so before you go on with the rest of your presentation, I'm going to tell you that regardless of the details that I can't get sitting here, you've got some issues sitting out here that are going to be issues for you all the way through this. And so, Brian, are there any continuances left for this applicant?
He's out of time. This is his last hearing.
And can there be a continuance? What if a continuance is requested by others? No.
Cameron's checking, but I do not believe there's a provision.
For other continuances?
No, because basically the code requires the public hearing be held within the 6 months, and so.
All right, good luck to you, but if you don't have any more continuances left and you're going like this to the board, I'm willing to hear the rest of what you have to say.
Mr. Scarola, this is the existing condition on the Sly and Wood Branch. As mentioned exactly, there is existing left turn lane going to the apartment built 10 years ago, and really obstacle all the movement coming to Wood Branch. Anybody gonna come to Wood Branch, he has to have a legal, left turn lane. What we propose is reduction in that left turn lane, and we conducted a study, and I included in the record. So this length, the queue, and the length is acceptable. And in addition, we propose a westbound left turn lane on Wood Branch, and right, an eastbound right turn lane on Wood Branch. In addition to the sidewalks, which they brought it up exclusively. We are also proposing voluntarily the sidewalk on filled sidewalk on Wood Branch. The Wood Branch have some sidewalk on one side or the other. We're gonna fill it in the two side fully there.
All right.
So this is that's one of the improvement they're looking for, and what came up, and we summarize it. Of course, I'm gonna bring it. There's no apartment proposed here, and the same way we have. We're gonna go through extensive site plan review, preliminary plat, final plat, and construction plan review. So this is entitlement. The construction. This is entitlement part. The construction plan is what can fit and what can be on that site. We have stormwater retention pond. We have mitigation pond, what might need, and go through natural resource, EPC, and probably Army Corps and SWIFMUD to get approval what can fit. So this is part of the entitlement. The other part is much more major and what can fit on that development. The same side, I'm here. I'll be more than happy to commit it to any improvement, any association fee as mentioned, as far as share with the association. He brought up.
So like I do, that those are really private agreements, and but the time to take that up was before the hearing, or you can do it outside of the hearing if you'd like. But those things probably do need to be covered.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, just to bring it to the attention here the same way. The same case we have in the southern part here. There is Waxford, townhome and apartment, which is the same way almost. It might be a larger size a little bit, but going the same axis on Orient Road. So they have 240 apartment, and there is, 350 apartment and 240 townhome, the same way going with one access to the Orient Road. We completed the study, and the study showed that is an acceptable condition in Sly Avenue, and even with adding the trip generated will be in acceptable condition.
Okay. All right. Brian?
Mr. Scroll, I just want to, for the record, and again, I can't speak to what happened with respect to when they received the letters, but in our records for the mail out, he mailed on 7/19, which was not the first mailing for this because it was originally scheduled for a May hearing. Within that mail out, he included an announcement for a neighborhood meeting on 7/31, so it was mailed on 7/19, which was the deadline, and it was held more than 10 days after that. So again, I can't speak to what occurred with respect to the folks receiving that letter, but...
Mr. Borseco, could you come up for a second?
Yes.
David Borisenko.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Could you please repeat it?
7/19
Mr. Grady?
Yes, according to our records, and again, this is not the original notice because this is originally scheduled for May. And for the August notice, when he continued to to August. He sent out mailed notices on 7/19, which was the deadline for that hearing. According to our records, what he submitted to us as proof of notice included a neighborhood meeting announcement for 7/31. So that was...
Yes, I've heard that, but we have evidence that contradicts what the applicant is saying. We have postmarked letters.
Put one piece of evidence into the record and read it to me.
Okay. It's postmarked August 19th. No, excuse me, August 6th of 2019. And we're going to turn this in for the record. I mean, this is postmarked after the so-called meeting date.
Let me put my eyes on it. Okay, how about grabbing one more out of the audience? It's a random one.
And there's another one in the record already.
Do we have that handy?
It's from the same, it's to the same person.
Mr. Borsenko, can we see the letter real quick? Thank you.
Mr. Scrolla, the one that he's referencing is already in the record.
It is. Can I put my eyes on that
It's
for a
for
second?
Michael Hammond and Elisa Bowers.
Let me see it. I'll give it back to you.
No, it's August 19th.
No, you have to get up. Dave will take it.
Sir.
Dave. Thank you. Show that to Brian as well.
Just put it in the record. Okay.
Brian, did you draw any conclusions from that at all?
Not at this point. I mean, that letter was for the August 19th hearing. And so the information we have is they sent out letters postmarked, and that was mailed that was from a different post office than what we have, because the one we have is postmarked from the Town and Country post office. So at this point, I don't think there's any more we can add at this point without further investigation, but
I think it's worth looking into, see what that inconsistency is, because staff's records indicate everything was done properly in terms of the mailing. So there's inconsistency between that and what we see on those envelopes. So staff can certainly look into it. It's a strange inconsistency. I've never seen that before.
But that would have to occur between now and the board
Sure.
meeting,
Yes.
right? I mean, there's nothing else.
No, and I double checked that. I mean, under no circumstances could it be continued again. So.
Okay. All right. And since we took in a couple of pieces of information for the applicant, give you another minute to. How much time do you need to finish up?
Well, all what I'm going to say, this is, I'm not aware of any issue in that, and in case they came up, I mean, why could not contact us? I mean, it was the time from July until 4 or 5 months. I mean, we can respond. It's happened. The objection letter came up in the last week, and dated November 4th, November 6th. And that what when the first we see them in the optics when the staff indicated to me. I mean, there is any indication, any contact, and when staff came up to me in the first month or second month of application, when they said 2 calls received, and I called the 2 individual on that. I mean, we have no intention to do whatever it takes to work with them closely now or in the future or any time.
So we're at this peculiar problem of you having no more continuances available. You're headed towards the board, and so are they. You might want to give some strategic thought to how you're going to work with those variables. I mean, I can think of 1 or 2 ways, but that's for you to figure out. So,
well, definitely, I'm going to work with them right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to discuss it definitely. I mean, we are be more than happy to work closely with anybody. And as you see, we're doing everything for safety purpose. I mean, yes, it's allow us to have the density we need. Yes, it's the only access to these, but be more than happy to do whatever it takes to work with them.
yeah, I think the problem here is the missing communication, because these issues could have you might be able to resolve something, before the hearing. Now we're going no matter what. So do what you can before the board hearing.
Oh, definitely, I'll promise on that, Mrs. Kurla.
Okay. Thanks
Thank you
for
so
the
much.
testimony. And with that, we'll close Major Mod 19-521. Thank you, everybody, for your cooperation.
Mr. Scroll, it might be good to take a quick 5-minute break.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break while the room empties out.
using Grant.
Get rid of their presentation and put mine on.
I would.
Usually a tech guy here.
Yeah. I'm not going to screw up that one.
This is this person's.
Yeah, it's JD's, right? Or is that data
Oh,
person?
they're opposition.
Yeah. You should be class up.
Trying to get, I don't know.
Did you fix Steve's phone?
Help me, please. I can't see. Because I'm blind. Oh.
You gonna do a PowerPoint for my thing?
No.
It's nice of you. Did you turn it in 2 days ahead of time?
No. Never do.
Well, I didn't do it. I didn't want to fight about it.
You don't have to. Nobody does.
So I just keep used to calling with the girls. We're all looking over the nose. When you're actually highlighting the fact that we've taken away recreational opportunities for young ladies. Preserving the rest for everything. Didn't they sunk the money into that from those grasses? Didn't they?
I don't
Much
know.
money into this place?
I don't know. Guess I'll just close it. You
I
can
won't use it.
feel
I was going
free.
to say I'll just make your presentation. Here's some things I think about the municipality. I've got paper. I know I did the same thing. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do just like, you know, I was
Okay, well, we're ready to get back on the record? Okay.
Okay, the next agenda item then is agenda item E2, rezoning application PD 19-0535. The applicant is Craig Bazarski. The request is rezone from IPD and RSC 9 to a planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation on the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. Clayton Bricklemeyer, 601 North Ashley Drive, Brickmeyer Law Group. Representing the applicant, I am already over here because I think this is the easiest place for me to be. This is a continued case that you'd heard a couple months ago. We went back and worked with staff and Planning Commission and got about, I would say, 75% of the way to all getting along. I'm going to run through, actually type them out for myself, the changes, if I can zoom it out. Wrong way. Just to let you know where we are. I wasn't going to recap the entire thing. I'm going to assume that you remember enough of it, but let me know if you don't. The major change that we made here is we eliminated truck traffic off of Pine Street. The issue was primarily, and the issue for the continuance was access onto Pine Street, which is a local collector. Eliminated all truck traffic. We reduced the square footage from 15,500 to 12,000 square feet, so that's a 0.19.
What was the main purpose of doing that?
Of reducing the square footage?
Yeah.
Craig, I mean, it was just to reduce it was more compatible that way.
Not a trip generation, something?
I think it helped a little bit with the trip generation, but I'm actually, I'll tell you now, I'm going to have Steve run through why we need that access again, because I think it's germane and helpful. It helped a little bit. That's not a significant traffic gain. It just is the way the site laid out, and I think it made sense to reduce where we were going to. We restricted the uses. We went from CG to CN, and then we further restricted CN. We had already cut out a lot of the trip generators. We added auto repair to that. We pushed it's two buildings, two one-story buildings. We pushed the northern building closer to 301, which got it further away from residential. It's more another compatibility idea. We eliminated a couple of the buffer reductions we were asking for. We stubbed out to the supportive neighbor to the west, who is sort of the southwestern corner of the area framed by Pine and Sims and 301.
So the corner of Pine and Sims?
Yeah, hang on. Well, here, I'll get ahead of this one. This is my who filed support letters. This resident right here, we've stubbed out here into her, and she's the one with the support letter on file, and Planning Commission mentions her in the report, and that was a concern of theirs, but I would argue that we have her support and have from the beginning. We are making median improvements on 301, which came about through negotiations with FDOT about giving us a right out onto 301, so that allowed us to fix the trucks once we got the right out.
But sort of right in, right out.
It's a right in, right out on 301 now. And again, I'm going to let Steve do the Steve expert thing, but we actually received a couple additional support letters following Planning Commission's report coming out to reiterate support from surrounding neighbors. And we actually sent certified letters to two of the neighbors the two neighbors that constitute where the traffic would be going on the west side of Pine Street. So there are two people that take up
the access?
Yeah, so it was, well, again, I'll go back to this. It would be these two folks. We spoke to this lady, and verbally she was actually okay, nothing on file, but verbally okay, and this certified letter was signed for and got no response. The proposed access drive would be somewhere in this folio, so that was as far back as we did. I'm submitting those letters, this change list, and the two new letters should actually already be in the record, but I'm putting them in there anyway. That list of changes resulted in staff being supportive. I think the truck traffic in particular was the change. The Planning Commission couldn't quite get there. I think I have been promised the most friendly inconsistency in history, but I wanted to run through Melissa's report real quick. I feel like I need to, for record purposes, run through this. We meet like whoa, I can't see that at all. Yeah, that's awful. It's a good thing I'm going to read it out loud anyway. We meet locational criteria. We are right at that corner. There are not that many corners on 301. That's why I believe you had someone show up in support saying they've underdeveloped retail in this area with the amount of rooftops that they've put in. I like to be able to type up the Planning Commission's mantra of compatibility does not mean same as from 1.4 that's in every single report. In the policy 16 portions, in 16.1, there's 3 prongs. We meet locational criteria. We've limited commercial to neighborhood scale. Not only have we reduced those uses, we've also agreed to architectural controls over those buildings, and they're one story. And we've provided buffering and screening, which we have done, and all of the neighbors, as I showed, that are abutting those buffers and screens have actually affirmatively filed support letters. 16.2, we have engaged in professional site planning. There is buffering and screening, and we have controlled land uses. It talks about a gradual transition of uses. I would say 12,000 square feet of restricted CN uses pushed all the way up against 301 is a gradual transition from a large intersection, especially when the other 3 corners are all heavily developed with commercial, including a Publix anchored center on the southeast corner. 16.3, we believe that the uses that are left are complementary uses to that neighborhood. We think we've mitigated adverse impacts through the architectural controls, through the way we've designed the site, and worked with staff with that. And we've provided transportation pedestrian connections. We actually added that stub out to the west. We had the stub out already to the north along 301, which would actually affect our access point at some point potentially. And I don't know where I put it, but we also, there are existing sidewalks on 301, there are existing sidewalks on Sims. We have committed to doing sidewalks on Pine to our project entrance. So there's your pedestrian connection. Pine, right? 16.5, whoops, sorry.
Yep, one side of Pine.
One side of Pine, right. The side that would connect to the...
Is that including the, in front of the residential piece between... It is.
Yes, it'll connect all the way up to the access point. 16.5 in Goal 4 of the Riverview Community Plan is really where we get to the access point. If I can shuffle through. See, I didn't bring a screen. I'm old school today. I think this was used in the first hearing. It's a nice overhead shot. This is our site. That's the proposed driveway is here. This is the supporting neighbor. Our proposed driveway is 180 feet. I keep hitting it. 180 feet from Sims to our proposed driveway from that intersection. That 180 feet is consumed by, on the west side, a backyard fence and a backyard fence. Both of these residents take their access off another point. In that way,
that fence on the corner for the residents, that goes from it looks like it's wood panel.
It's actually chain link, and then they changed it to wood panel. I don't know why, but I guess it makes sense in what's happening now. I think it's unfair to characterize this project as driving commercial traffic onto a local collector road. We are putting it on 180 feet that is either supported by this one individual or it's in the backyard. You can look at the distribution, and Steve can get into this as the expert on it, but the distribution shows no traffic going further north. There's no reason to go further north. Road dead ends, road bends out to the right. There's no median cut where it bends. You're back going south on 301. And again, I will
What
go
do
ahead.
you think the future? Put that back up there for a second. What do you think is in for the future of that parcel that is a residence?
The supporting neighbor?
Yeah.
I think the
supporting
stub.
neighbor and the one across the street from the.
Oh, across the street? I don't know across the street. If Sims gets widened and improved, I think it's. I don't know the dimension. If it meets locational criteria, it would not surprise me to get something more intense. My guess is that's within 900 feet of that intersection.
What's the length? What's the depth of your site from 301 to Pine?
You guys know? This is 180, so 360. How much? 260. So we're well within locational criteria. So
For the site to the west.
yes, they would be well within. I mean, Melissa can back me up on that. That's just
Well, we'll let her
just
have the
me
presentation,
sitting up here with a tie on. All right, you made me lose my place, Jamie. Did I get through all these? No. So that was the one trip heading north is it's the goal 4. Their objections is pursuant to goal 4 and whatever are that we're driving commercial traffic. We're driving commercial traffic along, and it's very little. The trip count the volume actually is very low. It's like 11 trips a.m. and 34 p.m.
Pine Street ends at some point.
Yeah, it dead ends going due north. It does. There is another connection to 301.
Missouri.
That sounds right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So residents have an alternate outlet other than Sims.
Yes, they can get to
301.
301.
Missouri, right.
By Missouri. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The last thing, which I have to zoom out to get to, I guess, is the CDC Goal 12, which is just sort of a general compatibility planning argument. I again would reiterate that we feel like we are proposing neighborhood scale. We've conditioned it a lot of different ways to try to make sure that it's an odd situation with the depth being what the depth is and that Pine Street being where it is. I don't think by approving this, there's a Pandora's box of these going on. This is a corner that wants to be commercial, and this is the way to make that happen. I'm gonna.
Is there any other use you can see for that parcel other than?
No, and I think I defer to the engineers, but you wouldn't be able to build the produce stand there now. I think if the spacing doesn't work. It's a tough corner, but it wants to be a commercial corner, and as the supporter said at the last hearing, there's a lot of rooftops. There's a lot of rooftops to the west, and you need some commercial development to service that. I'm going to let Steve do his bit. She's very excited about. And then I'm just going to wrap up.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa,
I think the
33607.
mic's off.
Pardon?
The mic was not working.
Swallow it. Okay. Is it working now? Okay. Do I need to? Okay. This is an aerial of the area. What I wanted to do was talk about, the access to Pine and what happens if we don't have the access to Pine. So one is, how does traffic get to and from the west? So here's the site, here's Pine Street, 301 Sims. So from an access standpoint, if you're coming from the west without the access to Pine, you've got to make a left, go through the intersection of 301 and Sims, make a left, go up to the first median opening, make a U-turn, and come back in. And then same thing if you want to go back to the west, you've got to make a right out and go through the intersection again. Already somewhat congested intersection, we're just adding more traffic to it, as opposed to being able to turn left onto Pine into the site and back out, eliminating some of the traffic on 301 and at that intersection.
Well, admittedly, the right turnout isn't the worst thing that ever happened.
It's not the worst thing in the world, no, but there is a fairly decent volume there. It is in a right turn lane, which DOT tries to minimize the amount of rights out in a right turn lane. So from that standpoint, yes, it's not the end of the world, but it does still have a traffic impact. And then second, if you want to go north, DOT, as Mr. Bruckermeyer had indicated, has requested that we actually build a median.
I think you might be off the page there. I'm sort of lost in that.
Oh, let me see if I
pull
can
it down a little bit.
Where's that?
Zoom.
Let me see. Zoom's there. There we go. All right, there we go.
A little bit more. I can't get the the south end of that. Yep.
All right, here, I'm gonna turn it for
There
you.
you go. That'll work.
There we go. Okay, this way is going north. So if you want to go north out of the site, what DOT has requested that we do is actually build a median within the chevron area of the left turn lane, so that people can't cut across and get in that left turn to make a U-turn. So what you'd have to do is make a right out, go through the intersection, go down to Crestside Boulevard, and then come north again, as opposed to coming out of Pine and be able to turn there. Right. So it has a significant impact, sending a lot more traffic through the intersection of 301 and Sims than what would be there without the access.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for that.
Our team is here. We have Matt Campo, the engineer, and Craig Bazarski, the developer, is here, and we're available for questions.
All right, thank you. And Development Services.
Mr. Monsanto, Development Services. I will go to the projector. The project is located on the northwest corner of US Highway 301 and Sims Road. As the applicant stated, this site consists of parcels, part of the town site of Tamami subdivision, has a future land use of SMU 6, and the maximum floor area ratio permitted is 0.25. This request is to rezone the site to allow 12,000 square feet of commercial neighborhood CN uses. Based on the previous request and the original application, these are now commercial neighborhood with restrictions. It was 15,500 square feet of commercial general uses. The site has now a right in, right out on US Highway 301. In the original request, the site only proposed right in from US Highway 301. Therefore, all traffic would exit via Pine Street to the west. The project will prohibit commercial vehicles from using the Pine Street access point. All commercial deliveries will also be restricted from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and will be served by a vehicle no larger than a WB40. There is a minor modification application, PRS 191132, that is running concurrently with this application. As you know, Mr. Scorola, this parcel here is part of another PD to the north. Now this parcel is being removed from that PD 900078 through that PRS, and this application will be heard concurrently with that PRS at the board meeting. The applicant has requested a PD variation from the buffering and landscaping and irrigation requirements. The buffer areas being varied are now limited to 2 areas instead of 3 per the original application. In the original application, these areas here in red were reduced to 6 feet and 10 feet. The applicant abandoned that reduction, and they will comply with the land development code. These two areas remain within the PD variation, and the applicant has proposed screening consistent with the land development code, and per natural resources, they will be reviewed at the site development review stage. Development Services does not object to that requirement does not object the justifications from the applicant, and find that they meet the criteria for approval. As the applicant stated, FDOT indicated that the ride-out traffic movement on US 301 would be provisional, since the subject site will provide cross-access to the commercial site to the north. When that site is redeveloped, the cross-access connection will be fully established between these two sites, and then the ride-out to the subject site will then be re-evaluated by FDOT, only to provide ride-in traffic. Commercial vehicle restrictions will remain in place, and there is a condition for that matter, and would exit the subject site via the commercial site to the north. Planning Commission is not supporting the proposed commercial project being placed adjacent to and encroaching into residential areas and having the only full access, vehicular access of Pine Street, a local residential street. Now, the Planning Commission noted that this request is in conflict with the different goals, policies, and objectives, including the Riverview Community Plan. In summary, although Planning Commission still has concerns regarding the commercial site location and vehicular access of residential streets, the applicant has made strong efforts and commitments to address compatibility issues and mitigate impacts on the residential areas. This commitment includes moving all commercial deliveries and traffic to the US Highway 301 access point, maintaining vehicular connection to the north commercial site for future cross-access, restricting the size of trucks serving the site, imposing delivering hour restrictions, reducing the proposed commercial space, eliminating CG uses and restricting CN uses, amending buffer reductions, screening to the buffer areas are being improved, providing architectural features to the buildings to ensure residential character, and moving all commercial structures along to the east, closer to the commercial corridor. The site is located in an area that is transitioning from residential to non-residential uses along a major commercial corridor. The site will be subject to all applicable regulation of the Land Development Code. No objections were received by other reviewing agencies, and based on all the design, development standards, and access restrictions being imposed to the site, in addition to the CN restricted uses, staff recommends approval with conditions. I will be handing out an updated staff report. This staff report has the Planning Commission amended recommendations. It's the same recommendations, but they had changed some of the statements. And also there is that will be on page 7 of the new staff report.
Of your staff report.
Yes. And I will also be handing out this presentation to the clerk's office.
Thank you, Mr. Monsanto. Appreciate it. And the Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, and it is within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan as well as the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant has revised the request and the site plan after feedback from staff and at the request of the zoning hearing master. The applicant has reduced the intensity of the proposed uses from CG to CN and has again excluded restaurants with drive-up facilities, convenience stores with or without gas pumps, and auto repair uses. The applicant has reduced the building square footage from 15,500 square feet to 12,000 square feet and has moved the buildings closer to US Highway 301 and further away from the existing residential to the west. The applicant has also eliminated the previously requested buffer reduction along the north and south portions of the site. The applicant has committed to architectural requirements for building design as outlined on the site plan. While the requests and the site plan have moved closer to addressing staff's concerns, the western access onto Pine Street, which is a local street serving single-family homes, still remains. This access presents a compatibility issue as it will bring additional traffic from a new commercial use onto local street that presently only serves residential uses. The site plan is proposing a full access on the western portion of the site along Pine Street. This is a local roadway and is accessed solely by residential properties at this time. Introducing additional traffic along this local roadway lined by residential uses presents a compatibility concern. The predominant land use pattern in the immediate area along Pine Street is residential, and introducing CN uses with access to Pine in this general area would not fit into the established residential development pattern. The Pine Street access is also not consistent with Goal 4 of the Riverview Community Plan, which calls for protection of low-volume and uncongested neighborhood roadways. Based upon the above considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody here today in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? Anything else from Development Services, Planning Commission? Okay, the applicant.
Again, Clayton Bricklemeyer. My only rebuttal would be I've submitted my responses to Planning Commission staff report.
Okay, that was all. What you showed on the Elmo is now in the record.
Submitted all that in the record.
Right. Anything else?
That's it, unless you have anything.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thanks. And with that, we'll close PD 19-535.
The next item is agenda item E3, rezoning application PD 19-0832. The applicant's Hawkins Construction Incorporated. The request is rezone from CPV H2 to a planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Okay. Is the applicant here? No. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Scarola. Good evening, county staff and council. My name is John Grandoff. My address is Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza, and I have the pleasure of representing Hawkins Construction this evening. I'm joined by the president, Mr. John McCafferty, and I'm also joined by their senior vice president, Mr. Todd Mullins, and our engineer is Mr. Peter Pensa. Peter's going to come forward and he's going to present some items on the Elmo, including the site plan. And I'll simply sum this up and let you know that this is a case of the zoning code not keeping up with changes in the industry. And with that, I'd like to introduce John so he can have some statements to you, and we'll continue with the project.
Good evening.
Is this on?
It is.
Okay. All right. For the record, Peter Pensa, AICP certified planner, not an engineer.
I got that.
With the Avid Group, who is the planners and engineers and surveyors in the project. The PD before you is for a 9.19 acre site that the vast majority of it is jurisdictional wetland. 6.34 acres of it is wetland. Bear with me a second. So this is a colored version of the PD plan that was submitted. Wanted to show you just briefly for perspective. All of this treat area is jurisdictional wetland that will be preserved as part of the project. There's a upland buffer that'll be put in a conservation easement as part of the project. 0 impacts are proposed to the wetlands. It has been delineated by a biologist. And we will obviously be getting permits for that through EPC and Hillsborough, and SwiftMud as we go through the process. To make it easier to see the developable area, zoom in. This is the same plan that was submitted as part of the PD. I did a break line so it would fit on one page, like I did with the actual PD plan, so that you can actually read everything on it. Again, the site is surrounded by jurisdictional wetlands. You can see there's a cypress head right here on the parcel to the south. There's a property line that you can see on the PD plan that is a conservation tract that was dedicated as conservation, and there was a TDR that transferred the density out of that area for the development to the north and to the northwest of the site. And then obviously we've got 6.5 acres of wetlands to our east, and then the properties to the east are additional wetland area. So there are no immediate neighbors. You can see just barely on the screen that there's a pool as part of the clubhouse amenities for the residential to the north, and then to the south off the edge of the paper is a power substation that's at the back side of Citrus Park Mall. In addition to the upland buffer that we're providing from the wetlands, we're putting the stormwater pond on the west side of the site. Besides obviously being the low side of the site, it provides additional buffering and pretreatment of water before it discharges out to the wetlands. We're in the Citrus Park Village overlay, so the buildings are pulled up to the street with a 10-foot setback. All the parking is located behind the front facade, with the vast majority of it, with the exception of basically for convenience handicap parking, is located to the rear of the buildings. Both of them will be 2-story office buildings. These are in the file and on the PD plan, but this is the look of the two buildings. This would be a 2-story professional office building. This is the professional contractor's office that is proposed as the primary applicant is here to move their headquarters from Pinellas County to Hillsborough County for the project. This shows other views of it. In the rear of the building, where it's not visible from any other property, there will be bay doors to go into a garage, and we'll go into more detail on that later. The conditions, I'm not going to go through them for sake of brevity, but the general gist of it is that the property already allows BPO at multifamily uses. Due to a nuance in the county code, a contractor's office is treated as a separate line item in the permitted use table. As we'll go into later in the presentation, that's not the type of, even though they're licensed as a contractor, they're not what you normally would envision as a contractor. And condition number 2 in the proposed conditions restricts all those things that are potentially objectionable uses with a contractor's office to make it just another professional office who happens to be licensed as a contractor.
Outdoor storage?
No outdoor storage, no overnight parking of vehicles outdoors, no manufacturing, no storage of materials, no construction of materials, and so on. All of those have been prohibited as part of the project. And even the vehicles that will be stored in the garage are limited in the weight, which therefore limits the classification under DOT regulations. We have several waivers. We asked for a waiver of the buffers to the north and south. Again, because we are abutting jurisdictional wetlands, some of which have already been put into conservation easements. With that, we're requesting a waiver of the connectivity requirements to the north and south because there's no one to connect to. It's not possible with the wetlands, and those properties are both developed and unable to connect. We've got 4 minor deviations to the architectural standards, basically dealing with window treatments, and staff has reviewed those and finds that they're consistent with the intent of the design requirements. We asked for increase in height from 35 to 40 feet in order to provide more vertical interest in the building rather than providing just a box. So we feel that it'll provide a better looking building, and 5 feet really won't be perceptible to the public when they're looking at it. We also asked for a waiver of the 2-to-1 setback to height ratio since we don't have any affected neighbors. County staff has supported the rezone with the proposed conditions. However, as you'll hear from them later, the Planning Commission does have an objection to it. They cite several comp plan goals, objectives, and policies as a basis for their findings. For sake of brevity, I'm going to just paraphrase them. The first set is related to the urban service area, which is primarily related to compatibility. As I've already talked about, office is a permitted use within the Citrus Park Village subarea H2, and the addition of additional office space in the area contributes to the mixed-use nature, brings jobs, it brings people that will shop and eat in the area, also visit the professional services in the area, furthering the goal of the overlay district. The building and site are consistent with the design intent, as we talked about and as staff elaborates on in the staff report. Utilities and capacity are available. We are in the urban service area, and we will not have any adverse impacts on neighbors, as I've talked about with what's surrounding us. The next I would characterize as neighborhood protection. Office use, again, is permitted. The proposed uses eliminate any potential objectionable activities. We talked about compatibility. We talked about transition of intensity already. And the site is located on a 4-lane arterial road. Traffic has reviewed it and recommends approval with turn lane improvements, which we are in agreement with. Sustainability. One of the main things the Planning Commission cites is the wetlands and impacts. We have 0 impacts proposed in the wetlands. EPC has acknowledged that in their staff report. They have no objection, and they state that there are no impacts proposed. We're not going to have a negative impact on floodplain or water quality, and we've already conducted environmental assessment, and there'll be no adverse impact on listed and protected species. The next list of policies are related to wetlands and floodplain resources. Same thing I just said. And then last is the livable communities for Citrus Park Village. Again, the project is consistent with the overall vision, principles, and intent, and it is consistent with the design standards and the uses that are envisioned for the area. Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to John.
Okay, thank you.
John McCourty, 9525 Aqua Lane, Odessa, Florida. I'm president of Hawkins Construction and have lived in the Keystone Citrus Park area for almost 30 years. I've seen firsthand how controlled development and county planning can improve our community, and I'm proud that I call that area my home. I joined Hawkins over 30 years ago and have been president and owner for 13 years. I have a bachelor's degree in building construction and an MBA from USF. I hold several active contractor's licenses, allowing Hawkins to manage construction from here west to Texas, north through Oklahoma, back through to Virginia, down the eastern seaboard, back to Florida. Hawkins is a large construction management firm based in Pinellas County, with a district office also in Boca. We are consistently ranked as a top 5 construction manager in Tampa Bay, and are ranked as one of the top 100 private firms in Florida. I'm proud of the 110 plus professional staff that have contributed to our growth, along with the career opportunities our firm has provided them. We're proposing to develop our corporate headquarters, a large office complex which is consistent with the future plan of Zone H2 in Citrus Park Village. However, under the code, Hawkins Construction is classified as a contractor, which according to the Planning Commission is inconsistent with the future plan's BPO classification. This is the perception of what a contractor's office is. Here's another aerial from another site. These are also the equipment that a contractor typically will own. I don't own any of that equipment. Never have. We don't have a mess like that. Never will. What we don't own that stuff, and the staff that occupies our headquarters are professional office staff. They're licensed professionals, executives, project managers, project engineers, accountants, estimators, marketing, human resources, and clerical staff. This is our proposed site plan, which you've already seen, along with our elevation. The staff that we have is very similar to what a civil engineer would have, which is allowed under the BPO classification. However, as a construction manager, we can't occupy under BPO because under that code, we must occupy under a contractor's office. That classification does not properly define what we do or who we are. We are a construction manager, and the code does not have a classification for a construction manager. That is why I'm here tonight. Under the code, Hawkins could occupy in CG, Commercial General, since that allows a contractor's office with indoor storage. The CG classification would also allow us to have enclosed storage, semi-truck deliveries, fleet dispatch, heavy equipment. We could construct building components, store construction materials and equipment. There are many CG classified properties near our proposed development.
I'm going to turn sideways.
Yeah. Now, Peter, if you could point to our property there. Everything to the south of that is not in the Citrus Park Village Overlay District. Everything to the north of that is. Now, everything that's red, there's schools, there are malls, auto repair shops, there are convenience stores, there are drugstores, there are shopping centers. There's also, at the very top of the Citrus Park Village Plan, there's also contractors' offices right off of Gun Highway. Now, all of what's required for a contractor's use is much more intensive than what I need, or even want, for that matter. This is where the subject parcel is, and as noted by the staff, it is significantly buffered. As a longtime resident of the area, I understand how important the comprehensive plan is, and we want to follow the intent of it. Therefore, I composed a list of restrictions which would remove the intensive impact that a contractor's office would create. Basically, I stripped all the things a typical contractor would do so that our PD would mirror what is allowed under BPO. The detail of those restrictions are on page 12 of the zoning staff's report and reflect what staff has noted, and I quote, "The conditions and restrictions being proposed in the PD demonstrate that the project would closely resemble a business office offering professional services. All the most significant activities associated with a contractor's office are being eliminated or restricted to a minimum." In summary, Hawkins' business practice does not require the intensity that a contractor's office provides. And composing these restrictions conforms to the way we conduct our daily business and prohibits the objectionable high-density activities that would normally be associated with a contractor's office. These restrictions create a PD which transforms the occupancy from a contractor's office to what is allowed under BPO. I kindly ask that our PD be recommended for approval.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mr. Randolph, it's time's up, but anything to close?
Nothing further, Mr.
All right, thank you. All right, Development Services.
Mr. Ramon Santos, Development Services. I will go to the Elmo project.
Thank you.
I'll stay brief. The applicant stated, basically for the record, in general, Mr. Scorola, this site is located on the southern edge of the Citrus Park Village future land use designation, allows for office uses and multifamily uses. As the applicant stated, the applicant seeks to rezone the parcel more or less 9 acres in size for a 2-story building, maximum of 38,761 square feet, with an accessory enclosed parking garage area of up to 8,000 square feet. So these are the office areas, and this will be the enclosed parking garage in the rear. This will consist of professional office uses and a contractor's office in the southern building. An enclosed area, again, will be located in the eastern side of the building. These are the renderings of the proposed design of the building. The site will generally conform to the site design standards of the Citrus Park Village. As the applicant stated, they are requesting waivers from different areas of the Land Development Code. The first PD variation is the landscaping, irrigation, and buffering requirements. The other portion of the waivers being requested are from the Citrus Park Village Development Standards found in the Land Development Code, Section 310. This pertains to block pattern, street connectivity, building design requirements for non-residential uses. Another request from the applicant is to increase the building height. The Citrus Park Village sub-area H2 allows a maximum of 35 feet. The applicant is requesting 40 feet. The other waiver being requested is from Section 60101 and Note 8, a schedule of district standard for the requirement for an additional 2 feet of setback for every 1 foot of structure height over 20 feet. And that's on both PD boundaries to the north and the side, north and south. The applicant has stated the justifications to reduce the buffers on the north and the south, and also to request the waiver for the Citrus Park Village design standards. We have reviewed those justifications, and we do not object to the waivers. The proposed alternative design meets the intent of the design of the standards and of the Citrus Park Village for non-residential development. The design of the windows will still provide vertical and horizontal delineations. The design, although the window trims and casings will not be raised 2 inches as required by the Citrus Park Village, the 3/4 deep reveal proposed around the windows, on all the windows, will be visually consistent with the requirement because they will have contrasting colors. The building will have also architectural elements generally applied in a universal and consistent manner on all sides of the buildings. In general, the building facades will still provide architectural elements such as lines, reveals, horizontal banding, wall light fixtures, and cornices. The building is being placed at the maximum required front setbacks of 10 feet from the road, meeting the requirement of the Citrus Park Village building placement and frontage. Existing wetlands are located in the surrounding parcels adjacent to the subject site, which screen neighboring multifamily projects to the north. The adjacent parcel to the north had its densities and intensities transferred, as the applicant stated, to another area of that district. Therefore, development of the parcel has been completed. Therefore, reduction of the setbacks will not negatively impact that property. The adjacent parcel to the south is also zoned CPVH2 and could potentially be developed with BPO uses or buildings similar to the proposed PD. That parcel, however, consists mostly of wetland today, making it future development limited. Staff also finds the request to increase the building height to 40 feet being acceptable. Nearby multifamily residential and non-residential sites in the areas are 2 and 3 stories in height, and the proposed 5 feet increase in height compared to the currently permitted height of the Citrus Park Village H2 district is minimal. The justifications for the waiver for the block pattern and street connectivity are also reasonable. Location of wetlands north, east, and south prevents development of blocks and extension or connection for future roadways. Planning Commission staff has determined that allowing a contractor's office in sub-area H would ultimately contribute for compatibility issues. The proposed use is too intense and may disrupt the established development pattern of the surrounding area. Staff recognizes the effort demonstrated by the applicant in order to meet all the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the requirements of the LDC. The purpose of the Citrus Park Village development standards is to implement these goals, objectives, and policies. The community plan only allows for office and residential uses in the sub-area where this PD is being proposed. And the Citrus Park Village provision of the Land Development Code limit uses to the site for BPO uses and multifamily. While Development Services acknowledges that the proposed contractor's office is a commercial use in nature and be in conflict with the Citrus Park Village Community Plan vision and the sub-area H2, the Citrus Park Village regulations also found in the Land Development Code provides for the approval of new PD rezonings within the boundaries of the Citrus Park Village, which may be conditioned to conform to the greatest degree practicable with the provisions of the part, subject approval of the county commissioners in accordance with Part 303 of the Land Development Code. The conditions and restrictions being proposed in the PD demonstrates that the project will closely resembles a business office offering professional services. All the most significant activities associated with a contractor's office are being eliminated or restricted to a minimum, and the parking and of company vehicles will be enclosed behind the principal structures. The project will be subject to development standards in accordance to the CPV regulation of the Land Development Code for building placement, frontage, and parking and setbacks. Architectural design standards proposed for the building, although being modified, would still meet the intent of the Citrus Park Village by placing the structure at the build-to line with sufficient glazing, windows, and entrances facing the street, and this is consistent with the development of a well-balanced, vital, pedestrian-oriented, traditional village that supports a variety of residential, commercial uses as stated in the Citrus Park Village Plan vision. Furthermore, the overall site will have the look of an office park and would operate as such. Based on the request, proposed restrictions, and all the above, staff considers that the proposed PD conforms to the provision of the Citrus Park Village regulations to the greatest degree practicable and recommends approval with conditions.
All right.
I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Monsanto.
And I will hand out an updated staff report because there is a graphic that needed to be updated.
Okay, fantastic. And the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Citrus Park Village Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area and part of the Citrus Park Village Community Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 9.19 acres located east of Sheldon Road from Citrus Park Village H2 to planned development. The PD would allow for two-story buildings with an accessory enclosed parking garage area. One building will house professional office uses, and the other one would be for a contractor's office. The application also requests 4 waivers concerning interconnectivity, architectural design, height, and setbacks. The subject property is within the limits of the Citrus Park Village Community Plan and has a Citrus Park Village Future Land Use designation. The Citrus Park Village Plan establishes a guide for public and private investment, sets standards for new development, regulates the design and appearance of new development, and provides a view of the future of Citrus Park Village. The plan outlines 11 different sub-areas proposed in the comprehensive plan component of the CPV plan. It is the intent of this plan that development within its boundaries occurs in accordance with the corresponding Citrus Park Village regulations. And the subject property is located within sub-area H. This sub-area allows for office and residential uses. However, the type of office use that is permissible within sub-area H is determined by the CPV H2 zoning district established in the Hillsborough County Land Development Code. The CPV H2 zoning district does not permit contractors' offices, but allows business professional office and multifamily residential uses. According to the applicant is classified as a contractor and thus must obtain occupancy under that designation. Planning Commission staff has determined that granting the request to permit a contractor's office as a use would not be consistent with the allowable uses intended for sub-area H. Permitting a contractor's office use, which is more intense and beyond what the CPV H2 would allow, would undermine the regulations and policies established by the Citrus Park Village Community Plan. This plan is implemented through specific regulations in the Hillsborough County LDC. Contractors' offices are not a business professional office use and are considered more intense per the Land Development Code. Overall, Planning Commission staff has determined allowing a contractor's office in this sub-area would ultimately contribute to compatibility issues. The proposed use is too intense and may disrupt the established development pattern of the surrounding area. A contractor's office on the subject property would undermine the intent of sub-area H and the Citrus Park Village Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. And I'd just like to clarify for the record, our analysis for the rezoning case does not include any language pertaining to the wetland impacts because there aren't any, but we always do include goals, objectives, and policies that are pertinent to the application. Because there's a great presence of wetlands, those policies were included.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, is there anybody here that needs to speak in support of this request? Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Jerry Custon, 101 State Street West, Oldsmar, Florida. I have a letter I'll enter into record and read from the Upper Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
We have been approached by Hawkins Construction, reference a project cited, to contract their corporate headquarters at 13515 Sheldon Road. We have reviewed both the general development plan and proposed conditions for the project, as well as the current and evolving categories for the site. In addition, we have polled some key business leaders in the area. In sum, the Upper Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors supports the development as outlined in the reference plan development. We believe this fits the definition of business professional office, and the addition of regional corporate headquarters is an excellent use of this property, which will contribute to the continued economic development of Citrus Park community and Hillsborough County. We also believe the proposed conditions are well considered and the additions to ensure that all zoning conditions are met or exceeded.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody else that needs to speak in support? Okay, without that, is there anybody that needs to speak in opposition to this request? Okay, I see nobody in opposition. Anything else from staff and from the applicant?
Mr. Scarola, very briefly, as I mentioned earlier, this is simply an issue of the zoning code not keeping up with the industry, particularly the construction management industry. This is the reason for a PD site plan and a PD zoning district. Therefore, we have written binding conditions and a PD site plan to properly regulate the use in order to assure compatibility with the Citrus Park plan. These conditions will run with the land and cannot be changed except through a new zoning hearing master public hearing and approval by the Board of County Commissioners. As you heard from John, Hawkins plans to move its corporate office headquarters from Tarpon Springs to this site in Citrus Park. Therefore, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll close PD 19-832.
The next item is agenda item E4, rezoning application PD 19-0929. The applicant's Pulte Home Company LLC. The request is to rezone from AS1 and AR to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich with county staff will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Hey, Mike Horner. Mr. Horner. Yes. You'll be needing that before you leave. Thank you.
Good evening, Cami Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. I'm representing the applicant. I think we probably need to get this in a different mode. Anyway, I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm representing the applicant, Pulte Homes, and we have the privilege of partnering with the Girl Scouts of West Central Florida this evening on this project. The proposed parent parcel is Camp Dorothy Thomas, which is the Girl Scouts' oldest camp in Hillsborough County, and it enjoys visits from more than 3,000 people annually. The parent parcel is 195 acres. The subject rezoning parcel is 30.75 acres, and there is a proposed conservation easement parcel of 15.38 acres, and I'll talk about that in a minute. The request is fairly straightforward. It's for 110 single-family lots. There's a minimum lot size of 6,600 square feet along the western boundary to mirror the development to the west. There's a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet on the interior. There are 2 community gathering areas, and there is connectivity to the south. What's unusual about this site is that the development parcel, the 30.75 acres, is actually mapped as significant wildlife habitat. And typically, significant wildlife habitat is dealt with at site development, but in this instance, you can see from this map which is also in the staff report, it's on both sides of ELAP property, and so that had a heightened concern for staff, and so they asked us to do an analysis of both the area that was being impacted and the area where we were conserving the easement. And we prepared that analysis. It's included in the staff report. Cardno and Clearview Land Design both provided expert opinions, which demonstrated that the mitigation parcel provides a better opportunity to create significant wildlife habitat. And ELAP has submitted an email into the record supporting that conclusion. And with that, I'm just going to be brief and conclude my presentation, because I think the staff reports, which they will summarize, do an excellent job of demonstrating compliance with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan.
Okay, thank you for that. And Development Services.
Good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As you heard, this is a rezoning request for 30.75 acres within an area of the Res4 future land use category. It is rezoning from properties zoned AR and AS1 to PD to allow 110 residential units at a density of 4 units per acre by utilizing lot sizes of 6,000 square feet. Staff's review of the surrounding area finds that this lot size is comparable to other developments within the area that are not currently under ELAP protection. The project is located in the urban service area with water and wastewater available, and it is located on the south side of Boyette Road, which is a 2-lane collector roadway. Primary entrance of the project will be on the east-west portion of Boyette Road, and the trip generation from the project will warrant a right turn lane at this entrance. No access along the north-south segment of Boyette Road, which is the eastern PD boundary, is proposed, nor is it recommended by staff due to the curve in the road and the high speed. They believe that an access at that point would not be good for safety of the drivers that would have to enter and exit that site with the curve right there. As you heard, that the site does contain, or does not contain wetlands, but it is entirely within the significant wildlife habitat. Our land development code in those instances would require at least 50% to be preserved and not utilized for any development. The code does allow an alternative approach, which would be off-site preservation, and that is what the applicants are proposing in this application. As you saw on their map, they are proposing an area of 15.38 acres in the southwest corner of the property to the immediate south, which is owned by the same property owner as this application. So they're in agreement to this mechanism to provide the off-site preservation. And the applicant has provided support materials, analysis, and findings from their team, and those have been reviewed by the county's natural resources and conservation and environmental lands management staffs. All of them concur with their findings, which in summary, because there's a lot of backup if you want more detail, states that the existing area that they're looking to rezone is of poor quality, isn't really connected to other ELAP properties, and it's also adjacent to a roadway, which is not very appealing for any types of crossing to go from one ELAP property to the other. So based on that, they do concur with those findings that the off-site preservation does provide for a better opportunity, as the applicant's representative stated. And to ensure that that area is preserved, a conservation easement is being proposed. It's in your backup in the staff report, and it's Exhibit 8. And our conditions of approval require that that be recorded prior to any development to occur on the rezoning, the area under rezoning. And the applicants are agreeable to that, and they have worked out that language with our county attorney's office staff. Planning Commission has found the project to be consistent, and we did not receive any objections from reviewing agencies. Therefore, we do recommend approval subject to proposed conditions. I do have a revision that I was asked to bring to your attention for number 8, having to do with the sidewalks. And I'll pass that out to you if it's okay, and I believe Mr. Ratliff did want to speak to that.
Okay, great. Mr. Radler?
Sorry, I was in a
Number 8.
Number 8, the change
Let me get back to
just
that.
about the sidewalks.
Oh, yes. So, thank you. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. Essentially, we put a change to the condition to allow it to be permissive with regard to where the sidewalk is going to be placed. But essentially, at the end of the day, it kind of speaks to the width of the right-of-way and where it's going to go within that right-of-way. So we believe...
So some flexibility in the location.
Right, but we do think it's probably going to have to go on in order to be TTM compliant on their property. So,
Okay.
But because we didn't really have enough time to talk about it before this hearing, we wanted to go ahead and build that little bit of flexibility in so we could do that later.
Gotcha. Thank you,
Okay,
James.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 4 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area, and the subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The application requests a rezoning to planned development to allow a maximum of 110 units with a gross density of 3.6 dwelling units per acre. The application requests a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. An evaluation by Natural Resources staff identified the existence of significant wildlife habitat on the property as delineated on the Hillsborough County Significant Wildlife Habitat Map. Off-site preservation of significant wildlife habitat by a permanent conservation easement has been demonstrated as more suitable and manageable, providing for improved long-term protection. Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent, given that there is a separate approval process for significant wildlife impacts with Natural Resources staff, and that Natural Resources has provided comments, including conditions of approval. The site is located in the urban service area where growth is encouraged and directed. Within the Fishhawk development to the north, there are approvals for detached as well as attached residential units. To the west, there are vacant lots and single-family residential lots. The proposed residential development would be compatible and comparable to the development pattern in the area. The request, overall staff finds that the proposed use and density would facilitate growth within the urban service area and provide and support the vision of the Riverview Community Plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services.
All right, thank you. And with that, is there anybody that needs to speak in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the request? Okay, if you need to speak in opposition, raise your hand, please. Okay, I see 4. Is there a primary speaker appointed? I see nobody claiming that, and so, okay, have you, so sir, how much time do you need? Come on up to the microphone.
My name is David Oates. I'm at 11418 Tanner Ridge Drive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tanner Ridge Place, Riverview, Florida.
How much time do you need, sir?
I need probably 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Okay, that's roughly half the time. Is that going to be acceptable? Divide up the rest. Anybody object?
I
to that?
I can do 5.
Okay, 5 minutes then.
5 minutes.
All right, let's give him 5 minutes.
I'd like to use it. We are talking about this piece of property, and I personally represent Sand Hill Ridge, which is right here to the left.
To the left.
Subdivision.
To the west?
I'm sorry, to the west.
Okay.
And we are not against what they are proposing. What we are asking for is a buffer zone to be placed, because currently there's nothing placed in between here. 3 reasons. One of the beautiful things is we've got Fishhawk to the left. I was a Fishhawk resident for since 2007. The entire area is known for its trees. This is a beautiful location. We've got 3 concerns. The first one is we're concerned if they take their homes, 110, and put them all the way up there, that we would have water runoff issues into our community. I understand there's been some lawsuits that have taken place. We've got when they place these types of fencing that goes up there, the water that would actually run off into our area would be a significant issue, and so because of that, we would like a buffer zone. There's also been notice that we have tortoises. The gopher tortoise has been found on this property, and they're threatened. They're not endangered. They're protected. These gopher holes also hold 300 species of different animals inside of their holes. Based upon those things, we're asking that there would be a buffer zone that would actually be placed on the property. And the last reason would be for simply the aesthetics of the community. This is a wooded area. One of the reasons that most people like this area is because of the trees that are currently located there. To chop all of these trees down in this area, I know that there currently is a 25-foot buffer zone that they're talking about around it, but there is nothing for this between the subdivisions, and so we are requesting that there would be a 100-yard buffer zone in regard to that.
Okay. Was there any communication between yourself and the applicant during the course of this?
No, we found this out last minute, and we've been kind of pulling this together. We just the whole subdivision is fairly new, and so as an HOA, we are just now coming into the knowledge of this, and so we would like to have a conversation with Pulte Homes about it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Next.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
David Byington, 15505 Boyette Road. I already turned in a letter of opposition. I hope you received it. It was back on August 18th, addressed to hearing officer, so hopefully that's on record. If not, I do have another copy. I'm opposed to this rezoning. I moved in that area about 7 years ago. As you can tell by my address, not far from the Girl Scout camp. I moved to a country setting. In 7 years, I cannot keep track of all the communities on Boyette Road, Rodine Road, the quality of life has deteriorated in that area from what I moved into. I bought an old house, 1978, then bought a new house that just got built. The area is getting terrible. Traffic, congestion, trash, noise, wildlife. I'm glad to hear them say they're going to take care of wildlife, but 100-plus homes doesn't do much for wildlife. I used to see deer, coyote, fox, raccoons, tortoise. The only animals I see now are dead on the side of the road from cars. I think the east side of the county and the south side of the county, the growth has exploded. I think somewhere needs to slow down a little bit. And this is just another example of where it's deteriorating the quality of life that some of us moved into before all these houses went up. I oppose it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes. Good evening.
Hi there. My name's Melanie Hofling. I live at 11603 Rollerson Road. I've been a resident there since 1989. I'm a third-generation resident on that specific property. My family's been there since the 70s. I'm recently new to all this. I've seen a lot of the public records, and I'm actually appalled at a lot of the stuff that I've found. You know, as everyone says, the significant amount of wildlife, and it's a diminishing environment now. We're in a rural area of Riverview, and it's pretty much the last rural area of Riverview at all. And it is significant for a deer and wildlife corridor trail at this specific plan development where they're wanting to do it. That's also a nickname that everyone's known as Dead Man's Curve. So I don't know how they're going to do with their entrances and everything like that. That's a concern for me. In one of the files for the public records, it was stated that there's no bald eagles within the vicinity of 5-mile radius on the FWC reports. It does not have a data report of when that observation was, but I've personally seen juvenile bald eagles within the past few months. Kestrels and scrub rays are there every single day. You'll see them flying by. I'm not familiar with the flora and fauna in the area to give a descriptive debate about it, but I'm sure with continued diligent research, I can discover numerous species that inhabit that specific area that are imperiled species necessary to be preserved. Grand oaks, live oaks, turkey oaks, water oak, and the xeric well-drained sandy soil are crucial for our environmental standards of wildlife habitation, conservation, and preservation. Bernard Kaiser sets the standards in his informational notes of the area qualifying as an essential wildlife habitat. Joe Gross from Natural Resources has an elaborate list of objections about the environmental impact of the specific development. Joel Penn from the EPC has expressed informational concerns on the wetland habitats and the Hillsborough County Land Development Code and how this development interferes with conservation and preservation areas. In the rezoning pre-submittal meeting dated 3/20/2019, this is also clearly stated. It was suggested that the development to maintain 50% towards preservation. The resolution from the developers was to dedicate already preserved agricultural property that is on the Girl Scout camp with the 15.3 acres. So that technically means that it's going to be 30%. You know, because they already have their 30-something acres plus the 15 acres that they're adding, so it would be like 45 acres. I mean, that's just my personal observation. I'm sure there's more legal to it. There's many other files and authorities other than the mentioned and expressed validate the matter of importance of the environment. The area is really getting inflated with people. I'm just now recently started getting involved with this. This is zoned to be an RSC4 and will ensue 110 homes. Most of the area around there was first distinguished as a 1 home per 5 acre minimum standard. These residents are veterans and now consumed with suburbanization at their doorstep. The traffic on Boyette Road, south of Bell Shoals is chaos. The peak hours of AM traffic is just people are driving off-road, going through no traffic areas. Just, it's not ready for it. And that's just what we have now, not including this planned development. It said something about the traffic study analysis. There must be a mistake or possible faulty equipment coming from Village Center Drive. It said that there were 0 through the peak FDOT times for the traffic, and it was also during a spring break time. I don't think they took into consideration that there is a elementary school as well as a middle school that's connected to Village Center Drive. So maybe if that could be reevaluated. Please take into consideration all the traffic studies that they have. The elementary students do have a bus schedule, but the middle school students are pedestrians and bike riders and car riders. If we could get a possible crosswalk around the area due to the increased traffic. We also have an extensive populace of bicyclers that utilize Boyette Road as their designated bicycling route. I would like to see if maybe we could get a bicycle lane that would ensure the safety and well-being of the many groups and individuals, including the Swamp Club, that make Boyette Road their favorite trail. Equally important is the safety and welfare.
One moment, please. We got two speakers left or one? One? And sir, behind him? Okay. All right, go ahead, ma'am. Try to wrap it up in about a minute and a half.
I gotcha. All right. Okay, the safety and welfare of our citizens and students and the overcrowding of insufficient school facilities. Our schools are overpopulated and the education of our future will be in peril if we do not act. With having some of the highest ranking schools in Hillsborough County, we do not want to jeopardize the educational system due to inflation without adequate infrastructure established. In a stated response from the school board or to Hillsborough County, it clarifies this concern. The schools are already at maximum capacity, exceeding 107% at designated districts and neighboring schools. Quoted from the school board in the public records, it says that contiguous concurrency service areas do not have the capacity for the elementary and middle school levels, not only for the ones that they're supposed to go to, but for the neighboring schools as well. Please consider our children and their imminent roles in society as they learn from our public education system. I'm just trying to see how that, out of all the agencies that express their concerns, how this is still going through. Also with FEMA and emergency standards with evacuations, the infrastructure to that, emergency response. Our nearest library is like 6.8 miles away. And like I just learned about the USA, the urbanization thing.
Urban service area?
Yes, urban service area. I just learned about that today because this is my first time doing a public meeting, and I noticed that we have a vision statement for Riverview, and I noticed that a lot of the numbers for it don't really qualify, wanting to keep the agriculture, as this is previously zoned agriculture, as well as keeping it in a small town area where we're pretty much blown up.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jimmy Hoke, James M. Hoke II, 11504 Tanner Ridge Place, Riverview, Florida, 33569. I live west of the proposed plan. My concern is I've lived there 65 days. In 65 days I've been there. During the process of picking our lot and building here in 2019, we were assured by our builder that there would definitely be a buffer. Buffer would include nature, trees, wildlife, etc. So if this proposed plan were to move forward, we would really like to see what that detailed plans would be of that buffered based on our presence of building. And I would just add that we're such a new community. If you look behind us, I think 6 total are here tonight in attendance, so we're not even a completed community at this time. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. All right, we're going to close opposition testimony and staff.
I just want to point out that if those who spoke have any questions regarding filing oral argument, Maricel Medrano is available to answer their questions.
Okay, thanks for putting that on the record. Yes.
I just wanted to also, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services, let you know that Natural Resources staff does not object to this application. They do have revised agency comments that are in the file, but perhaps the citizens saw their previous ones. They are all in there, and that is also the same for Conservation and Environmental Management Department.
Okay.
And EPC has no objections.
Great, thank you, Michelle. And Planning Commission, anything else? No? All right, the applicant.
Cami Corbett. Yes, I appreciate the passion of those who spoke, but unfortunately a lot of the information that was provided was just not factual, probably just due to being new to the process. The property is located within the urban service boundary. The future land use category is residential 4. I think the staff reports do an excellent job of laying all that out in a factual manner. I would like Chris Fisher to address the buffer issue real quickly.
Chris Fisher, Clearview Land Design, 3010 West DeZiel Street, Tampa, Florida, 33609. The existing community was platted actually all the way to the property line with a fence that's installed, and they do not have a buffer on their property line. We can work with the neighbors and the applicant. We've already discussed doing deeper lots along there, so the houses will be set back further along that property line, but we're not proposing an additional buffer at this time. Again, I don't know that it would be wise to put an additional fence there either, but if it's something that you guys want to look into, we can discuss that further.
Okay, well, so the buffer being the distance, the screen being the fence, tell me something about the backyards of the units. And
So the units will be A-graded lots, meaning the high point of the lot will be at the rear of the lot line, so 130 feet from the right-of-way. And then we will grade back down to existing grade. These are A soils in this area.
So in short, you're going to grade away from the rear property line to the front.
Correct. So as you can see here, sorry, it's hard to tell. This is LiDAR topo of the site. This would be the Sandhill community here. Sorry.
Mhm.
And this would be our western property line there, eastern property line. There's actually a high point right along the property line there of elevation 79. This point right here would be the high point draining this way to the north and then to the south there. And we'd respect those pre-development grades as well.
Okay. And rear setbacks for the units along that side?
I believe it's the same. There's still the 15-foot rear setback, 5 for an accessory structure.
Okay.
Okay, and briefly, I'd like to have Steve Henry address the traffic issues.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. A couple things. One talked about zero traffic on Village Center Drive. I'm not sure where that comes from. There wasn't zero in our traffic study, and that's not what we analyzed. She may be mistaken. Some of the project traffic graphic had zero volumes at some of the turns, but as far as the counts that we did, those were there, and they were volumes. Also talking about spring break. Spring break for last year was March 18th to the 22nd. Our counts were done on March 26th. So school was in when we did the counts. But we did an analysis of the driveway as per the code and show what turn lanes are required for that driveway.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you for that. Yep.
Just to close, there are several letters of support in the record from many of the Girl Scout members, the Girl Scout board members, some of whom are here this evening, and I just wanted to also put that into the record.
All right. Thank you for that. With that, we'll close PD 19929.
The next item is agenda item E5, rezoning application PD 19-1037. Your be applicant's Tampa Bay Community Church Incorporated. The request is rezoned from RC6 to planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Spicola. That goes back a few years.
It does.
Mr. Scarola. And thanks for finding my phone for me. That was most appreciated. Mrs. Scarola, I'm Michael Horner for the record, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618, representing Tampa Bay Community Church, and Dr. Richard Carnages, which is the developer of the medical offices being proposed. With me tonight is Mr. Dean Birch. He's the attorney representing Tampa Bay Community Church. We also have the pleasure of having both the outgoing and incoming new pastors of Tampa Bay Community Church. I don't know if they'll speak, but Mr. Birch will follow me in my comments. Allison, could I have 10 minutes, or let me know when I'm approaching 10 minutes, please? So the parent tract on this parcel, Mr. Scroll, is about 4 acres. This is north of Fletcher Avenue, just east of Orange Grove Drive in the Carrollwood area. It's RSC 6. It's in the urban service area, so public water and public sewer is necessary. We're in the Res 4 comp plan that does require adherence with locational criteria. We meet that, so no waivers are required. We are seeking a PD rezoning on the south, 1.43 acres. A certified parcel was recently approved on this site that has a little strip that was retained for a sign not an easement, but a sign strip for the relocation of an existing sign to the west. That is why we filed a couple PD variations so that we don't have landscaping and buffering from their new proposed sign. We've had extensive reviews with staff, and I appreciate the efforts of Ms. Heinrich and Mr. James Ratliff. We really have gone through this. We've continued this case, I believe, twice, and we've also reached out to the neighbors as well. Our proposal is only for 2 6,000 square foot medical office buildings. My client is a dentist. He actually owns the Eastern BPO-R parcel that I rezoned for him 2 years ago, and he's doing a 6,000 square foot medical office there. I also represented Waterford Construction across Channel G to the west. That is also an approved office medical park. And then directly abutting this property to the west is, of course, Channel G, which is a significant buffer and conveyance for drainage in that area. We initially filed a all-encompassing rezoning with the site plan for both parcels, and then it just became a logistical nightmare, Mr. Scarullo, between coordinating on the transportation side of the equation, as well as working with the neighbors. We had some pushback from the neighbors that saw this huge PD and 4 acres going all the way to Moran Road. My client has no need for access to Moran Road. He's a medical office doctor. They're going to have patients and parents and their children coming in for dental services. They're not coming through Moran Road. The church, however, does require access to Fletcher Avenue. And the church has been there for years, and while its address is Moran Road, it has that driveway and has always had that driveway for decades to Fletcher Avenue. Mr. Birch is going to address that issue after my comments, but I want to let you know it's critical that that access be retained for the church to Fletcher Avenue. We've had extensive reviews. As indicated, the other issue was, Mr. Squirrel, that we would possibly, actually not possibly, Mr. Ratliff made it quite clear that any impact to Moran Road in its substandard condition for both right-of-way and pavement width, clearance of shoulders, and sidewalk deficiency, as well as Orange Grove Drive, would require our clients, and possibly the church, more probably, to upgrade Moran Road and construct sidewalks on both of those roadways. Simply cost prohibitive. Additionally, the neighbors indicated, as I suggested, that they did not want to see traffic from Fletcher Avenue, this office park, using Moran Road as their north access. We absolutely agreed with that. So in meeting with Michael Williams, our traffic consultant, Mr. Ratliff, and staff, we finally said, why go there? We simply removed that northern parcel, and we're only rezoning tonight the 1.43 acres, subject to a secondary access connection between the parcels. So our client, I think this is classic urban infill, Mrs. Squirrel, between the 2 office buildings, the 2 office zonings. We have the Channel HG to the west. We're not seeking any entitlements beyond. We're not asking for any increase in FAR over Res 4. We are well under that. The only issue is the gating condition. We called number 6 the gating condition. And as I said, our medical office tenants, owner has no interest in Moran Road for their access. The church, as I just realized 2 weeks ago, they made it clear to me, is that they have their garbage service deliveries and their regular deliveries and their church board member functions and congregation members coming through Fletcher Avenue. My client doesn't have any objection to allowing that because they're the ones buying this 1.43 acres from the church, subject to their access rights being extended through. So we are compatible, we are consistent, we embrace that condition. Staff had a condition that initially was proposed that was modified, and we felt very comfortable with that. Not 100%, but we thought that revision, which we can address in a moment, was reasonable because it allowed for churches' functions, because they have meetings, board of directors, they have youth meetings, and we didn't want to have to open the gate, move the car, close the gate, go to the function, next attendant comes in, parks the car, opens the gate, drives through. We said, that's just not going to be functional. It's not going to work. Ms. Heinrich was kind enough. We offered a compromise language. She brought in compromise language. This was about 3 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago, and we thought we had resolution. Unfortunately, just prior to the adoption of the staff report deadline. Ms. Heinrich informed me that staff had to revert back to a definitive Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, the gate will be closed and it shall be 4-foot chain link, et cetera, et cetera. And that created some significant concerns and constraints on not so much our part, but certainly on behalf of the church, and Mr. Birch will address that. We are consistent with all goals, objectives, policy of the comprehensive plan. We don't have to meet locational criteria. We certainly are consistent with that. We've had no restrictions or no objections, from any review agency. This is a fairly straightforward infill office request. I've had a couple discussions with neighbors, an HOA representative who's been there forever, and Mr. Taddy is quite nice. I've had numerous discussions with him. Also a few emails that Ms. Heinrich was kind enough to forward me that I reached out to those direct people saying, we don't want access to Moran Road. You don't have to worry about that from the medical office. Now, Pastor Klassen advised me just recently that on occasion he has gone from Fletcher Avenue through their own site and accessed onto Moran Road. So he might be the one that one neighbor said, there's those rogue kids that are racing through or driving through the property. I find that doubtful there was anybody else, but that comment was raised and we said, look, we want to be reasonable, but we have to have some opportunity for that access connection. The church does not want to shut off. The church does not want to have this as an obstruction to their church. They're going to invest a lot of money in a new sign, and that's going to be the welcoming area, and they'll have a nice paved area from our medical office. They don't want to shut that down. Consistent with that, that's why we filed for a couple PD design variations. One of them is to negate the entire buffer screening on the west side between the sign strip and Channel G in our parking lot. It made no sense whatsoever. Ms. Heinrich agrees, and we prepared that, filed it, and they're recommending approval. The second variation, Mrs. Scroll, is on the north side, use to use. The only area we're providing the 10-foot type A screening and 10-foot buffer is behind our north office building. The balance between the church parcel and our client's medical office parcel, don't see the need for it. They don't want it. They don't want any more obstructions. We already have to meet scenic corridor. We already have to meet 606 on the balance and the internal landscaping for the terminal islands. They just don't want to have this shielding off of the church from Fletcher Avenue. How am I doing on time, Allison? Okay. I'm doing, total. All right. I'm going to stop there. Mrs. Strong, I'm going to have Mr. Birch on behalf of the church speak, and then I'll wrap it up and ask for any questions from you if you have any.
Was there any consideration to extend that parking lot up into the church area, curb around the
don't think that's in their plans. I don't think it's in their budget, and I don't think that was part of our proposal, quite honestly, given the contract purchase agreement and the long-term impacts of how that might impact the church, drainage, splitting swift mud permitting, who's doing the drainage filing. So to answer your question, no.
All right.
Considered it, but dismissed. Mr. Birch.
Good evening, Mr. Squirrel.
Good evening.
My name is Dean Birch. I'm an attorney. I represent Tampa Bay Community Church. My address is 14140 Stilton Street in Tampa, 33626. As Mr. Horner indicated, the church is the applicant. It doesn't have any objections to the PD or the conditions other than the gate condition, which he mentioned was paragraph 6. The gate condition specifically requires that the gate be closed between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, except when in actual use, is my understanding from Ms. Heinrich. That gate creates a barrier which is problematic for the church because access to and from Fletcher is lifeblood for the church. In fact, the church's sale of the PD property is contingent upon unfettered access from Fletcher Avenue. It's the primary source. The church opposes the gate because, in its opinion, the gate is wholly unnecessary and unduly burdensome. And in order to survive and fulfill its commitment to the community, the church needs access for its members, its staff, its clergy, and visitors. County staff's apparent rationale for the gate is a concern that they have that vehicles will drive from Fletcher north to Moran or vice versa. But that fear is simply not supported by history, nor any evidence of vehicles routinely cutting across the church property. To that end, it's important to note that the church property is all grass other than buildings. There are no existing drives from Fletcher to Moran. Any vehicles actually attempting to drive from Fletcher to Moran would have to drive across the church and physically around church buildings. It's also important to note that other than Pastor Klassen's occasional, perhaps, excursions from Fletcher to Moran, the church has never used the property in that fashion. And in fact, it installed bollards to prevent people from doing that. Lastly, it's important to note that there's no real history of any recurring problem from anyone driving off-road through the church's property. And if it has ever occurred, it's been rare and sporadic. It's simply just not sufficient justification to impose a gate on the church's property. From emails with the county staff, it also seems that their perception is that the church is only used on weekends and not weekdays. But I believe Mr. Horner indicated and Pastor Klassen has told me that the church does in fact use their property on weekdays between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Those things include weekly pastor meetings. They include, as Mr. Horner indicated, garbage, deliveries, and primary access for visitors. In addition, a gate is simply going to create a strange perception of a church when it's hidden behind a closed gate during the week, let alone non-members who visit the church, and surely they'd be deterred from trying to visit the church if they pull up and find nothing but a closed gate.
On Moran or from Fletcher? On Moran or from Fletcher?
From Fletcher. So if you look back at the drawing Mr. Horner put up there, there's a drive through Mr. Horner's client's property going south to north through the middle. That then terminates, and it's from that point forward that they want to impose a gate to get to the church's grassy property with buildings. So it's...
And was there any consideration for the gate being placed on Moran, at the driveway at Moran for the church, as opposed to between the properties?
The Moran Road is unimproved. Along the northern edge, there's really no culvert. There's really no access from Moran because, again, there are bollards on the church's property, and nobody's ever used it. I mean, literally, they would have to drive around the western edge of the church sanctuary, across the grass, and then down into Mr. Horner's client's development. So it's also my perception, and perhaps I'm wrong, that if the church wanted in the future to improve its property, whether expand its buildings, create driveways, that type of thing, that it would have to come to the county for approval. And if access issues and connectivity issues arose at that point in time, the county could require gating or other vehicle limiting restrictions at that point in time. It's not needed now. It was also interesting to me to note that in the Planning Commission staff report, it said that the site plan has demonstrated that access to medical office is restricted to Fletcher Avenue. I think that's important because the site plan as submitted does not show any gate. And if office traffic flow to Moran is not an issue, why is there any fear of any rogue vehicles going from the south on Fletcher to Moran Road to the north? Lastly, this PD parcel is really no different than any other PD parcel that happens to abut another parcel which has access to another road. Are all of those gated? I don't think so. So this just seems unusual to me. However, that being said, while the church greatly opposes any gate, we did offer a compromise. Thought at one point in time we had reached one, and then at the last minute it came back that it was to be closed between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. That's simply not workable.
What was the alternative?
The alternative was some language we proposed in a condition which, if I could submit, have 5 copies that I'm supposed to. It basically just says that the gates to remain closed except when in actual use and except during any of the following activities: church functions and other church uses, deliveries, and garbage pickups. Exactly what we've talked about. So I don't know who I need to present this to.
If you could present it to the clerk, thank you.
In sum, there has never been a rogue vehicle access issue between Fletcher Avenue and Moran. The PD will not change that. There is no justifiable reason to require a gate, and the harm to the church will far exceed the nominal risk of occasional rogue motorists going off-road. The church would ask that Condition 6 be stricken in its entirety, and if you believe that a gate is in fact needed in this instance, we'd at least ask that you suggest to the BOCC that it be approved with the revised condition that we've requested.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and Development Services. Good evening.
Good morning, or good morning. It almost is.
It feels like it.
Not close. Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. The applicant is seeking to rezone 1.43 acres of a 3.99 acre site from RSC 6 to PD to allow for 12,000 square feet of general office and medical office uses. The property is located within the Res 4 future land use category, and it is subject to locational criteria and compatibility policies. The future land use category allows a maximum FAR of 0.25, and this proposed rezoning is not exceeding that. Development Services staff's review found that the proposed use and intensity is characteristic of the area, which has similar zonings to the immediate west and east of the site. Additionally, it serves as a transitional use between the major roadway, which is Fletcher Avenue, and the single-family residential found to the north. The applicant, as you heard, does request a PD variation to the buffering and screening requirements along the west and portions of the north, which right now require a 10A, and we do not have any objections to that request. As you heard, the subject site is currently developed with a church in the northern area with access to Moran Road. And under this rezoning, and from the initial meeting with the applicant, as you heard tonight, the church has been very emphatic about wanting to retain access to Fletcher Avenue through the PD. Our department does not have any objections to connectivity, even in cases such as this where connectivity is not required because there are two different uses that are occurring. And when this project initially came in, the PD was for the entire area, which includes the church. Under that scenario, the use of Moran Road had to be analyzed for any possible improvements. As you heard tonight, it is substandard. If a property is touching a public road that is proposing to be rezoned, it requires staff to look at the road and see if improvements are needed. The severity of those improvements would be based on the rezoning. In this case, it may have not been any required. However, we weren't able to get to that step. What the applicants also advised us is that they had been contacted by property owners along Moraine Road who have concerns about access coming from the PD or any other larger redevelopment that would put any more traffic on Moraine. at that point, to avoid that concern from the church's perspective, they removed the church from the PD. And then what that left development services staff with was, how do we control the access that they want to allow them to get to Fletcher, while also addressing the opposition that the church wants to abide by, and the fact that we have to answer to the Board of County Commissioners about roadway improvements. So based upon that issue, what we have provided is what we think is an enforceable condition that requires a gate to be on the property. And this condition, which is the infamous condition number 6, it requires a gate be placed between the two properties and remain closed Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, and that is when the office uses are typically occurring, and typically not the peak time for church activities to be occurring. We are proposing to modify this to specify that that does not mean during that time frame the gate cannot be opened. What it would mean is that if there is a youth group meeting occurring on Monday at 2 o'clock, or a delivery that is occurring, or an office worker, that they come in and close the gate behind them. Any other times, the gate can remain open. That would be anytime after 5 during the week and throughout the whole weekend.
Is there proposed wording for that condition?
I'm sorry?
Is there proposed wording for the revised condition?
Yes, I have that for you tonight, and it was provided to the applicant's representative. Unfortunately, as you've heard, we haven't been able to reach a agreeable conclusion, mainly because the condition that they have countered with and that we've discussed with them is quite broad, in which it categorizes group uses and functions to be extremely broad. Yeah. We need something that would be enforceable, so that if we get a complaint from somebody on Moran, or justifying the fact that we're not going to be looking at Moran Road for improvements, that we have something to back that up and would be enforceable. And I know that if need be, you can call upon James Ratliff. I know he does have some information stating that if this were to be approved without that gate restrictions, that it would need to still be studied and possibly have improvements on Moran Road, because they haven't limited the access.
Okay. All right. So Michelle, you're going to pass out that?
Yes, and I'm available for any questions you have.
Appreciate that. Mr. Ratliff?
Thank you. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review. So I think it's important to remember that why there is even a gate condition here, and that was staff working with the applicant and offering a way to avoid looking at substandard road impacts on Moran, because we were told essentially this is, outside of the scope of what they can accommodate to make the site development work. And so we said, well, this is how you could get there. If the gate goes away, I do just want to put out there, and I let the applicant know this as well, that when it comes in for site, either the medical office and or the church, there will be substandard road improvements looked at, and it may be, I'm not sure whether, at this point, whether it would be when the medical office comes in, if there's no gate there, or if it wasn't the medical office, then the church would have to look at the medical office traffic and the church traffic and make substandard road improvements for trips going through their site that's not there. So I, again, would caution against removal of the gate and any unintended consequences that would have for them. So, but again, I think it's important to understand the intent of the gate was not to say that it can't, it has to be opened and closed quickly. I think what we were trying to say is, if there's one person working in the church office, get in at 8 a.m., don't leave the gate open all day, close it behind you. But if you have a church service and it's open from 8 a.m. to 12 on a Sunday, that's fine. It's just that there, needs to be some kind of reasonableness to it, and that's, again, where Development Services stepped in and said, okay, well, we need to put that into better language to try to make it enforceable.
Okay.
But
thank you for that. That's
yes.
good. Michelle Moore?
Just in the interest of time, I'll just submit this into the record, but I do have photographs from my site visit that I'll put into the record and provide you a copy with. And basically, it shows some views of the property from entering from Fletcher Avenue and also from the rear of the property on Moran. Just to note, they do have access and curb cuts on Moran. And when I was there was somebody parked utilizing probably the office building in that area. But just to kind of give you some context as to how the property operates, and I'll go ahead and put that into the record and give a copy to the clerk.
Well, I intended to ask them, but I still don't have a good feel for the amount of traffic or what the expectation is from the church about vehicles going from Moran into the church. Do you have any feel for that?
About if they currently do it?
Well, the volume of that.
Oh, the volume of that, I do not know. I know that just right now, as you can even see on this, I think generally right now most of the congregation does access from Fletcher. I think they might have some folks access from Moraine Road if they live in that area to avoid going out to Fletcher.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Birch the question, Michelle, but supposing for the second that Moran wasn't a great concern, why wouldn't there be an access block at Moran?
Well, right now for us, they've taken that out of the PD.
Yeah, it's not really a possibility, is it?
So I can't. We were looking at options such as that.
Okay. All right. Okay, and the Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential for future land use category. It is in the urban service area and within the limits of the greater Carrollwood-Northdale community plan. The proposed rezoning would allow medical office uses which are compatible with the surrounding predominantly office and single-family detached residential development pattern along this portion of Fletcher Avenue. The property is located within the qualifying distance of the intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Orange Grove Drive and therefore does meet commercial locational criteria. An existing secondary access to West Fletcher Avenue will remain on the northern boundary of the property. According to Policy 16.5, development of higher intensity non-residential land uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods should be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. The subject parcel is adjacent to an established neighborhood, and the site plan has demonstrated that access to the medical office is restricted to West Fletcher Avenue, which is an arterial. The Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan encourages non-residential growth at the Dale Mabry and Fletcher Avenue intersection. While this property falls just outside of that designated node, it is located near the Fletcher Avenue and Orange Grove Drive intersection. The office uses surrounding this intersection are existing and reflect the vision of the community plan, while maintaining the character of the area without the encroachment of intensive commercial development. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody here tonight in support of the request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the request? No. Anything else from staff? Mr. Horner? If you would, in this,
Thank you.
Go ahead and respond to that question I was asking about the use of Moran for the church.
Sure. So now you see the double-edged sword and the dilemma that we find ourselves in. I just asked Pastor Klassen. He responded that 80% Fletcher, 20% Moran, more or less, plus or minus. The predominant access for the church is Fletcher. That's where their signage is. That's where the existing driveway has been for years, and that's where they want to continue. We, as my mother would say, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Mr. Ratliff reminded us, of course, that if that gating condition is removed entirely, there may be an opportunity at site review for some serious unintended consequences. The church is not in a position to afford those upgrades. I'm mindful of that. I know you're mindful of that, thus our filing of the proposed compromise language. The key is that the condition of staff and the condition 6 removes those functions Monday through Friday. Churches just don't function on Sunday mornings, and that's why we thought that condition was reasonable. We can do a swing gate as a flexibility offered in Michelle's earlier condition, the 8 to 5 prohibition, Monday through Friday, no way. is just
Well, it didn't say no way.
Well,
I mean,
it was
the new
but Monday
condition
through
doesn't say
Friday.
no way.
But Monday through Friday, the prohibition still exists. So I'll only say this, Ms. Scroll, two parties have gotten together on a unified development despite the church not being part of the PD, and we weighed the merit of that being left out to address the Moran Road residents' concerns so that the PD did not extend to Moran Road. However, office doesn't need Moran Road, church really doesn't need Moran Road, but they do need to have the driveways for the 20% of their congregation members, but they do have church functions, and all of their deliveries and all of their garbage services are from Fletcher. So I think we're heading in the direction of the compromise language that Mr. Birch filed, and we would ask for your due consideration of that.
And what about the compromise language that Michelle filed?
I don't think it goes far enough on the functions, and that's why we cannot agree 100%. We're close, and Ms. Heinrich's initial condition did allow that, and then she went, I don't know, I'm getting pushed back, what's a function? It's important for the church, so that's why we left in services and or church functions, because if there's a board meeting on a Wednesday night or a youth meeting on a Thursday, to keep closing and opening that gate, we're not going to open that gate Monday through Friday and not close it. Of course it will be closed and opened. We just need to have that flexibility for those limited church functions. I know we're threading a needle. We would ask you to adopt our proposed language.
Thank you, Mr. Horner.
Thank you.
With that, we'll close PD 191037.
The next item is agenda item E6, rezoning application PD 19-1099. The applicant's S. Elise Batzel. The request is rezoned from AR to planned development. Steve Beachy will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
And the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening. Before we start, we do have one housekeeping item to address. Various places in the
Name
development.
and address first.
Yes, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver, 401 East Jackson. There are various places in the Development Services staff report as well as the Planning Commission report and the conditions of approval that just have a couple of errors to correct on the record. One, just to clarify, our typical lot size is 75 by 130. In places, it's reflected as 70 by 130, so I wanted to make sure that was on the record. And second, the minimum lot size is 9,750 square feet rather than 9,100 square feet. It's correct in certain places, but I just wanted to put that on the record, and I think that Mr. Beachy and Ms. Lionhard will also make those corrections on the record as well. Thanks for having us tonight. I'm Elise Batzel, as I stated. I'm here with Pat and Michael Neal and Tom Panasini with Neal Communities. Steve Henry is our transportation engineer with Links and Associates, like he is on almost every other thing coming before you tonight. John Goolsby is the director of environmental services with Clearview Land Design, and Bill Lee with Sable Homes will be potentially doing the vertical development on this property. I do have some information to submit on the record with your approval.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm going to take it on Elmo.
I can see it.
I'm just trying to zoom a little bit. This property is generally located in South Brandon, west of John Moore Road, approximately 1 mile south of Bloomingdale Avenue. More specifically, the property is 39.97 acres, again, west of John Moore Road. It's really important tonight, because I know that there's neighbors here that are opposed to this application, to recognize that this property is urban infill, or suburban infill. It is within the urban service area, and as Ms. Lionhard will tell you later, this is exactly the type of infill development that the comprehensive plan contemplates. The future land use designation of the property is R4. And again, if you look at all of the entire surrounding property, the future land use in this whole area is also R4, residential 4 units per acre. The current zoning pattern, if you look to the north, we have RSC3 as well as a PD. To the south is AR, and you'll also note it's bounded by the Alafaya River. The other property that's zoned AR here is actually also owned by the seller of this property. She is selling off the north 40 acres and retaining as her primary residence the southern 40 acres. To the east is a planned development, single family detached. And to the west, we have ASC1 as well as the Alafaya and wetlands. As we mentioned, this is a request to rezone from AR to PD. Our request this evening is 40 single-family dwelling units. Overall, the project density limits the maximum density to 1 unit per acre, far below the 4 units per acre permitted by the future land use designation. We have agreed to a minimum of 1/3 acre lots along John Moore Road, just these that would be adjacent to John Moore Road. As you will see, there's significant wetland protection, and we have very minimal wetland impact for this proposal. We have not asked for any waivers as part of this process or this approval. It's very important to consider the surrounding properties. This is an existing suburban development here in the Brandon area. As this on the southwest, you can see that it's bounded by the Alafaya River, so that kind of cuts off any kind of connectivity, which we'll talk about in just a little bit to the south. But you have residents on all 4 sides except for the river, existing suburban residential homes. There's a very large wetland on the property, almost 9.5 acres. That really does limit our density, which is why you see a reflection of the 1 dwelling unit per acre. It is consistent with Comprehensive Plan Policy 1.3, which affords protection to environmentally sensitive areas. And we are contemplating a slight minimal wetland impact to the north. Of course, as part of this process, you won't consider that wetland impact, but EPC will. But EPC does not object to this rezoning plan. As we all know, connectivity is on the forefront of all the minds of the Board of County Commissioners. The primary connection to this development is here, directly across where it will align with Nature's Pass Drive. The southern connection is going to be provided for future development. Obviously, that will be stubbed out now. And the northern connection that you see is actually a proposed pedestrian access. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. Staff did request that we provide connectivity to the north. We have agreed to do that to get staff support. But if you were to consider getting rid of that requirement, we would certainly be open to that. I do believe that residents may be speaking against the pedestrian path going into their neighborhood, and we would certainly be open to eliminating that. With respect to the connectivity of the surrounding developments, this is one of those areas that you have all of these closed loop neighborhoods. Each one of them, as you can see, the circles draw around the extent of the connectivity. So unlike other areas where we're able to provide a grid development pattern, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan, our connectivity opportunities are severely limited in this area because of the existing development pattern. To go a little bit further about the pedestrian path and the connectivity to the north, Camelot Woods is the neighborhood that originally in the neighborhood meeting expressed concerns about the pedestrian path going into their neighborhood. There is this limited opportunity for connectivity. It would go through this little area right here.
Is that a road stub out, right-of-way stub out?
No, it is a platted, unimproved right-of-way, and it's actually, in your materials, you'll see it's an environmentally sensitive Army Corps of Engineer wetland. And so to do that, we would have to impact an environmentally sensitive area, which is why we're hesitant to do that. At this point in time, I just want to call up John Goolsby on the record, just to talk briefly about that wetland. John, I don't know if you want to use this exhibit, but it's here for you.
This is the core wetland that you just referred to?
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you. John Goolsby, Director of Environmental Services at Clearview Land Design, 3010 West Azeel, Tampa, 33609. I'm dating myself by offering that I did the wetland permitting for Camelot Woods back in the maybe 80s. And so what I have in red here are the wetland lines that were included on that the Camelot Woods plat. And what I have in dashed here is the right-of-way that was reserved in that plat. And so you can see clearly that it goes through this Corps of Engineers wetland. So if we were to build a road or even pedestrian access, we would need to get at least a Corps of Engineers permit and potentially others, because the wetland lines out there.
Does that mean you would have to cause a wetland impact in order to get the pedestrian access?
Yes. Even an elevated boardwalk would be considered a wetland impact, though a lot less impact than a road would be. So I think that certainly a elevated boardwalk would be better than a road, but it would still be a quite expensive walkway, as well as wetland permitting and potentially wetland mitigation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I did want to comment just briefly. We did have 2 neighborhood meetings. One was an open community meeting where residents from all the surrounding neighborhoods came and attended and asked questions. And we did hear certain things from that community. One is they were concerned about the lot size. There are a mixture of lot sizes, but in particular, we made 2 modifications to the site plan after that first community meeting to address the concerns of the neighbors. The first is that all of the lots along John Moore Road will be a minimum of 1/3 of an acre. And we also increased the lot width from 70 feet to 75 feet. And one of the reasons that we did that is we heard comments about cookie cutter and everything squeezed together, and we wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity to create more spacious lots with that additional 10 feet in between each development. At this point in time, I'll call up Steve Henry just to address a couple of the transportation issues prior to me concluding.
Oh, so the second part of what you said, because you said there were 2 items.
Yes.
One was the 1/3 acre, but the other one was the lot width.
The lot width was increased from 70 feet to 75 feet.
Okay. All right.
The minimum lot width.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We conducted the access and management analysis for the project. We went out and did counts at John Moore and Nature's Path, where we're going to align with. Did the analysis. The intersection works acceptable level of service, and we've got no issue from that standpoint.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to quickly conclude, because I know we're running late tonight, the property is within the urban service area where infill development is supposed to occur. This is an infill project. Your Planning Commission professional staff finds that the proposed use would be well suited to the existing development pattern. The rezoning is in keeping with the development trends in the vicinity. They also find it consistent with the provisions and policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. Development Services professional planning staff finds the project consistent for residential development based on the pattern of existing development in the area and its location within the urban service boundary and the R4 future land use designation. We did work with the neighbors to try to address and provide additional requirements of the code that further enhance that compatibility. We would like to reserve any time for rebuttal, and we are all available to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. None right now, but Development Services.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. As the applicant indicated, there's some changes to the staff report and the conditions for the minimum lot area and the minimum lot width. I've got some revised conditions, and I'll give them to you now.
Great. Thank you.
Just one change on the conditions, and the staff report will reflect those changes as well. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 39.9 acres from agricultural residential AR to planned development. The proposal is for 40 single-family detached dwelling units with a minimum lot size of 9,700 square feet for lots internal to the project. Lots adjacent to John Moore will be 14,520 square feet. And again, proposed lot width will be 75 feet with 20-foot rear and front yard setbacks. Regarding the environmental concerns of the wetlands, we really defer to the Environmental Protection Commission. They have indicated the proposed site plan's current configuration does not require a resubmittal, and that the project as submitted is conceptually justified to move forward through the rezoning process subject to recommended conditions. The connectivity of the site and the proposal was well covered, I think. I don't need to really cover this, especially the pedestrian access. With regard to compatibility, John Moore, in proximity to the subject parcel, has been extensively developed at a level that is consistent with the comprehensive plan, Res 4 designation. Development pattern of lots approximately a third of an acre and larger is a predominant pattern along John Moore Road. The applicant has agreed to the 1/3 acre lots along John Moore, where most of the visibility is to the adjacent properties is on John Moore. The proposed minimum lot width is the same as the required minimum lot width for standard RSC3 residential single-family conventional zoning district, which requires a minimum lot size of about a third of an acre. The applicant is again proposing a 20-foot landscape buffer along John Moore Road. It appears the site is compatible for residential development based on the pattern of existing development in the area and its location within the urban service boundary and the Res 4 comp plan designation. Staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding area in terms of lot size, land uses. Therefore, based on a consideration, staff finds the proposed general site development plan supportable.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Any
Beecham.
questions?
And the Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 4 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area, as well as within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The proposed planned development, allowing a maximum of 40 units, is an allowable use and is consistent with the Residential 4 Future Land Use category. The proposed rezoning would allow development comparable to the approved and existing residential uses in the surrounding area. The proposed minimum lot size of 9,750 square feet is similar to other approved and existing residential development in the vicinity, including approved sites north of the subject property, which have lot sizes of 10,000 square feet, and northwest of the site within the Alafaya Estates subdivision, which contains 7,000 square foot lots. Comprehensive plan policies both encourage diversity of lot sizes and mitigation of lots in new developments adjacent to lower densities. The adopted definition of compatibility indicates it does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. Along the northern property of the proposed site is a 20-foot TICO easement, as well as the applicant is providing a 6-foot fence, both of which will help to mitigate impacts to the larger lots to the north, which help meet the intent of compatibility policy 16.3 of the future land use element. As I mentioned, the site is located within the urban service area. Per policy 1.3 of the future land use element, these sites are to be developed at a minimum of 75% of the allowable density per the future land use category. This site does not meet minimum density thresholds established by the future land use element. However, the site does meet 2 exceptions to that. One, they would meet the exception for compatibility. With smaller lot sizes, a development might not be compatible with the surrounding development pattern, being that there is agriculturally zoned parcels in the vicinity. In the subject property, the second exception is within the coastal high hazard area. This is also an exception, and the proposed density is below the maximum, which is 1.3 units per acre, is below the maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre that is allowed in the residential 4 category. And both of these exceptions, with the proposed amount of dwelling units, that they meet the intent of the minimum density policy exceptions. The comprehensive plan includes guidance on the protection of wetlands. Per comments from the EPC, in the site plan's current configuration, a resubmittal is not necessary. If the zoning proposal changes or a site plan is altered, EPC staff will need to review the zoning again. This project as submitted is conceptually justified to move forward through the zoning review process as long as EPC's proposed conditions are included as part of the approval. Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent given that there is a separate approval process for wetland impacts with the Environmental Protection Commission. Connectivity is an important component of the comprehensive plan. And due to environmental constraints, the site is unable to provide a vehicular connection to the north. Per conditions from transportation staff, the site will be required to provide pedestrian cross-access to the north, which is consistent with connectivity policies in the future land use element. The proposed site plan is within the Brandon Community Plan, specifically within the Garden Estates District. This district is described as being predominantly half-acre lots. Though the applicant is not proposing half-acre lots, this character district does contemplate that not all lots are developed to a half-acre standard. Additionally, the proposed use would support other components of the Brandon Community Plan vision by way of protecting established neighborhoods and historic patterns of development by proposing lot sizes similar to the established development pattern. The proposed use would be well suited to the existing development pattern. The proposed rezoning is in keeping with development trends in the vicinity and should not have an adverse impact on the surrounding area. Overall, the request for residential units in this location would integrate well with the established development pattern. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by staff.
All right, thank you. Anybody here tonight in support of this request? All right, seeing none, how many do we have in opposition tonight? If you're in opposition, raise your hand. Okay, is there a primary speaker that's been appointed?
Yes.
Okay, sir, did you work out how much time you'll be taking?
I have some of our members.
Come on up, come on up. Let's get,
Submit some items to the record. I'd like for them to do that right away.
let's get up here to the microphone. Let's get your name and address on first.
My name is DeWitt Craig Cameron. I live at 4408 Hickory Branch Court in the Hickory Creek subdivision.
Okay, so we have up to 15 minutes. How much time are you planning to take of that 15 minutes?
As soon as these guys can submit their stuff to record, I'm going to start talking.
That's not the question. The question was, how much time do you need?
I would need 15 minutes.
Okay, so nobody else needs to speak?
No. Well, yes, yes. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, 13 minutes.
There you go. Okay.
There we go.
All right. Yes, sir.
I'll talk quick.
My name is Greg Johnson. I live at 111 Hickory Creek Boulevard in Brandon, Florida. Tonight I'm presenting the results of our petition campaign against having any lots in this new development as 1/4 acre lots. We're against R4. And I'd just like to emphasize that the surrounding area is not just predominantly larger lots. There aren't any other 1/4 acre lots anywhere around there. There's many lots larger. So this is inconsistent with the surrounding property.
Okay.
Our petition drive is underway. We're still adding signatures. I'm giving tonight the names of 1,447 Hillsborough County voters who have signed our petition against R4 in this development. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeffrey Warren. I live at 124 Hickory Creek Boulevard in Brandon, Florida. I will not go into much detail, but the incompatibility here is plainly obvious once you just look at the County Planning Commission's diagram that shows this site in connection with all of the other neighboring properties. Minimum lot size is simply incompatible with the character and integrity of this neighborhood that was established 40, 50 years ago. So this infill, suburban infill, is coming into areas where it's not only predominantly, it's all larger lots.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Russ Walter, 4604 Dogwood Hills Court, south end of John Moore. I am in opposition of this as well, and as the other two said, the lot size is completely inconsistent. I'm not a rocket scientist, but there is 0% of the home sites from Bloomingdale south all the way to the end of John Moore at a size of 9,000 square feet. 10,000 square feet, 9,100, 9,750, call it what you want. There are exactly 0%.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, you've got 12 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, I've got several things to submit to record, and one is opposition talking points. PD application is incomplete. It is our contention that there are more than several items that have not been adequately addressed on the original application. We're requesting that the zoning master remand this application back to planning and zoning so that these deficiencies can be corrected.
There is no remand from the zoning hearing master back.
Okay, well, whatever.
Okay. All right.
This next one is opposition talking points relative to EPC. We strongly object to EPC allowing this application to proceed forward to public hearing based on the fact that EPC's initial review process has not been conducted in accordance with their own basis of review, which is included in here. Okay. About 20 years ago, Hickory Creek Property Owners Association, in coalition with its surrounding neighborhoods, appeared before the BOCC 4 different times in opposition to higher density development proposals that failed to meet what we feel is our minimum lot size standard of 14,520 square feet. That's a third of an acre. Okay? In each case, the county commissioners agreed with us and denied these proposals. The commissioners agreed that the predominant development pattern was 1/3 of an acre or greater. They agreed that our lot size standard of 1/3 acre was fair, reasonable, and defensible. They agreed that compatibility indeed was a significant factor down John Moore. Since that time, dozens and dozens of infill parcels have been developed along what we refer to as the lower John Moore corridor, an area of John Moore Road starting approximately 1 mile north of Bloomingdale Ave, continuing south all the way to the Alafia River, a total length of over 3 miles. Every one of these parcels, without exception, have been developed with 1/3 of an acre or larger lot size. Okay? The reason we chosen 14,520 square feet as a reasonable, fair, and dispensable standard for lot compatibility is we wanted to create a standard lot size that to the greatest extent possible satisfied everyone's needs, the public, the developers, and the county. Large enough to allow everybody a little elbow room, a wide variety of housing types, styles, and configurations, and a flexible building envelope placement. Yet small enough to allow developers to make a profit. Large enough to allow a few nicer amenities, perhaps a larger pool, perhaps an outbuilding, and ample side yards. And most importantly, large enough that siting and preserving trees was not a big deal. Okay? And most importantly, small enough to lend itself in an important and meaningful way to the overreaching long-term future land use goals of the county. Okay? In other words, this is us. My hands are proxy for lots. This is them, approximately 40% less. Okay? Is this compatible? Okay? Relative to traffic, 40 of these guys crammed up here, 30 of us. Who provides the greater traffic burden? Is not traffic control one of the overreaching goals of the long-term county land use? Okay. What about tree preservation? 40 of these crammed up here, 30 of us over here. Which one allows for more tree preservation? Trash collection. The incinerator over on Falkenberg is up to capacity, and the county is having to go back and open up landfills that closed 20 years ago. Okay? Now, which one of these scenarios, 40 of these and 30 of these, create less of a burden on an already overburdened trash collection system? Okay? As far as county tax revenues, Sable Homes right now is in their hidden reserve development up the road, is developing homes on 1/3 of an acre lots with an average price of $800,000. In other words, they're selling them from $600,000 to $1 million. Average price $800,000. In our public meeting, Sable Homes said that this new development, 40 homes, would have an average selling price of between $400,000 and $600,000. In other words, average price of $500,000. 40 times $500,000 is $20 million. 30 times $800,000 is $24 million. Now, which one of these proposals lends itself to the good of the county? the long term is not increased tax revenues one of the overreaching elements of the long-term county use plan? Okay, and I can go on, and I will if we have to end up talking to the commissioners on this. Okay, let's circle back to a couple things we talked about earlier. We have already established there's a predominant development pattern of third-of-acre lots along John Moore. We have already established that compatibility is a significant factor. Now let's look at what the Land Use Code has to say about Plan Development PD. And I'm referring to section 5.3.04, Plan Development District. Quote, the PD district is intended to be used when unified, large-scale, mixed-use developments are proposed in areas lacking land use lacking a predominant urban suburban development pattern, and adjacent land use compatibility is not a significant factor. Let's read that one again, okay? Where developments are proposed in areas lacking a predominant urban or suburban development pattern, okay? I got to tell you, it's, based on the exact wording of the Hillsborough County Land Use Code, this parcel does not qualify for the PD designation. And if it doesn't qualify for the PD designation, therefore this application is clearly invalid and should be denied. And I think that's about all we really need to say.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the testimony. All right, close opposition testimony. And anything from staff?
Just again point out for those who spoke, if they have any questions regarding filing of oral argument, Marisol Madrano is available to answer any of their questions.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the Planning Commission? No? All right, and the applicant?
Thank you for the comments from the community. First, I think there's a lot of misconception, particularly amongst those that talk about R4 development. Let me go back to the map that we provided on the Elmo. R4 development is the future land use designation. All of these properties along John Moore Road, including every property for the owners that spoke in opposition, is R4 development. If you go out even wider, you'll see that the entire Brandon area is R4 development. So I just wanted to clear that up on the record. This application is a rezoning and seeks a maximum of 1 dwelling units per acre. Yes, it is clustered. It is clustered to protect the environmental sensitive areas that are on the site. There were a number of letters that were submitted into the record, not spoken about this evening, that talked about they did not oppose the development, but what they said that we wanted it to have the feel of a neighborhood that's surrounding them. So I wonder what this feel is. Well, it's compatibility, right? What is the feel of a neighborhood? It's compatible development. Your Planning Commission professional staff found this consistent. Neighborhood testimony is not substantial competent evidence, as you are aware. The Development Services staff found this consistent. Also, competent substantial evidence. These 2 reports and the testimony of staff are the only substantial competent evidence that have been provided tonight on the issue of compatibility. With respect to Mr. Kramer's comment about the PD requirements, he read a portion of that section. There are also requirements for a PD when there are areas like environmentally sensitive areas and there are unique circumstances and physical characteristics of the property that would lend themselves to requiring a PD. This is one of those situations. As you heard, we did hold this neighborhood meeting, and to address the concerns, particularly for the Hickory Woods neighborhood, which is directly east across John Moore Road, we have added a whole section of 1/3 of an acre lots along John Moore Road to satisfy this condition to further enhance this. This was not at the request of staff. Staff had found it compatible at that time. This was of our own volition to address the neighborhood's concerns. Mr. Kramer also read from a staff report talking about compatibility, but that was 20 years ago. As you saw from the development, and let me put one more thing on the record. Ms. Melissa Leinhard testified that there are similarly sized lots. They're to the north and they're to the northeast.
I'm sorry, the lots to the north are similarly sized? as the
Similarly
internal lots?
sized. Yeah, similarly sized. To the northeast, similarly sized. So consistent with the surrounding development pattern.
As a northwest?
I'm sorry, northwest.
Yeah.
It's late.
Sir, sir, you can't do that. Yeah, I had an opportunity already. Go
This
ahead.
is already in the record, by the way.
Yeah.
So in sum, we believe this is compatible development. Your planning commission staff, your development services staff believe that this is a good development. 1 dwelling unit per acre. We are available to answer any questions that you have, Mr. Squirrel. I can tell you're dying to ask me a question.
Well, just one. Did anybody look at the actual yield, the density to the east or to the north? of the
When you say
project?
the yield,
The actual density, not the comprehensive plan density, but the actual density that's sitting out there today.
I did not. Melissa, do you know that answer?
Is it higher density than 1 unit to the acre?
Absolutely.
Okay. Planning Commission, is it higher density than 1 unit to the acre?
Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff, I would concur that yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else?
No, that'll conclude. Thank you so much for your time.
With that, we'll close PD 19-1099.
The next item is agenda item E7. It's major mod application 19-1140. The applicant is Florida Mango Land LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Steve Beachy will provide staff recommendation under presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Mrs. Squirrel. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the applicant and owner, Florida Mango Land LLC, as well as Southport Development, who are the developers of the project. With me tonight is Ms. Jordan Nelson, Southport Development, who will be speaking after my comments. Mr. Squirrel, we are seeking a major modification to allow for a multifamily apartment proposal, affordable housing, seeking a density bump-up credit under the affordable housing provision of 61107. This is south of MLK Boulevard at the end of Lemon Avenue. It is north of the railroad tracks, which is a busy railroad track, which is difficult to get conventional financing on. This is a classic case of urban infill, in my opinion. This was approved back in 2005. I represented the PD on about 10.29 acres for 93 single-family attached townhomes. We then did a subsequent PRS in 2016 that reduced the unit sizes. That market still is not there, so we have morphed this into a major mod for an affordable housing development, target community, ideal location, and staff has recommended approval. Planning Commission finds it consistent, and we certainly meet all goals, policies, and objectives of the future land use element. We are in the Res 9 comp plan category. In the urban service area, water and sewer is committed. The density bump up under the 61107 provision allows us to seek the Res 12, and therefore we are seeking up to 120. We are still, Mr. Squirrel, carrying over the same condition on the 2-story garden-style walk-up apartments, so we're not doing these massive 3-story multifamily buildings, what we call Type 5, Type 6, that would represent in the past. So we're maintaining the same density and massing, the same massing and height, but asking for the additional density. We appreciate working with staff, Mr. Beachy, as well as Planning Commission. Their reports are most favorable. This project is going to be called Mango Terrace. It has been funded. It has been going through underwriting. We were hoping to go to the board on December 10th. However, you will not be filing a recommendation until December 11th. We have some clerk notice issues, FHFC meeting is December 11th. It's just not going to work. So we'll be going to the January Board of County Commissioners. I think my clients are satisfied with that. It's imperative that we get this recommendation for approval so that we can get in that pipeline for the underwriting and ultimate financing of this well-deserving project. I'm also going to file a 2-page memorandum from Ms. Cheryl Howell of Hillsborough County Affordable Housing Services that outlines the target community, how we're meeting those goals, policies, and objectives. This is going to meet the lower income. We have those percentage commitments. We meet all of those standards and commitments for the targeted income groups. This is not Section 8. Several people have called my office and said, are you doing Section 8 housing? This is not subsidized housing. This is not Section 8 housing. I want to make that very clear. We're proposing a clubhouse, amenities, pool, and 2-story buildings that will be targeted for those needs by the residents who are the middle to lower income brackets, Publix manager, a fire department staff member, a police, sort of a school teacher, a bus driver. Those people are not being served in the Seffner community, so this is an ideal opportunity for us to meet that need. We do have 10.29 acres. We qualify for the 93 units, but we did the density calcs at 9 times 10.294. It came to 92 units. We would have lost out on all the funding, so we backed into this affordable housing density increase, and we're most grateful that staff is supporting that, as well as Hillsborough County. We need those additional units. I don't know if we'll be able to get all of 120 because we have some additional setback requirements and buffering. However, we will be certainly exceeding the 93 units. We have 2 access connections. The main one is to Lemon Avenue to our east, and then we have a secondary connection to the northwest through Giddings Street, that is an unimproved right-of-way, but for staff connectivity, we provided that opportunity as well. We have no waivers or design variations submitted. A third access connection that staff was looking for us to try to meet was to the southwest at Mango Road. Unfortunately, there's a large, I shouldn't say large wetland, there's an existing wetland on the southwest quadrant that would preclude that access connection. We don't want to have any impacts with EPC, so we are not connecting to Mango Street or Mango Avenue. We agree with all of the staff conditions with the exception of clarification language on 2 conditions. Mr. Beachy has worked out a revised language on condition 1.3 so that we are allowed to do the east-west building orientations and allowed to exceed the 100-foot in length. I'm going to let Mr. Beachy read that into the record. We agree. I saw it this afternoon, and it makes perfect sense, and we're pleased with that. The second condition, Mr. Scroll, is condition 2.2, which is a carryover from the 2005 PD and was missed in the 2016 PRS. And there's just a disconnect between the setback and the buffer. It's noted as 25 feet in one condition and 35 feet in another. And then it would force us, if you can imagine, putting a wall 25 feet into my client's property, then have a setback of 10 feet, but then a 25-foot spite strip that would be walled between the rear yard of the eastern lot and the eastern property line where we're going to have the wall and the fence. It doesn't make sense. We think it was an oversight. So I am offering on condition 2.2 that on that sentence that starts, developer shall construct a maintenance-free 6-foot concrete / masonry wall, that we just delete the following words, west of the required 25-foot buffer. So, Mrs. Scroll, that condition would just continue, 6-foot concrete / masonry wall abutting property folio number 65695. The rest of those conditions are fine with us. That folio is the larger folio. It's the RSC 6, which is the end of Lemon. The northern lot, that is the other folio, where we're agreeing to the greater 35-foot setback also, or buffer, is zoned RDC 12. That's why I don't think staff required the wall. This condition also allows us to have a little flexibility with tree root systems of up to 5 feet, subject to natural resources that may allow us to do a fence in lieu of that wall if deemed necessary and appropriate. That's all I have for you, unless you have any questions. I'm going to introduce and bring up Ms. Jordan Nelson of Southport for her comments, and then we'll close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Jordan Nelson, 5403 West Gray Street, Tampa, Florida, 33609. As Mr. Horner mentioned, I'm a member of the development team. And the development team has been present in Florida for the last 30 years, developing all multifamily affordable housing communities. Mr. Horner touched on what affordable housing means. It does not mean subsidized housing. It means a targeted income, which is 40 to 60% of the area media income, which does vary. But for example, a one-person household might make an income of just about $30,000. He touched on some of what those occupancies might be. They range from teachers to local employers, those in training, those in first year jobs. Our community will service the family demographic. There will be a clubhouse on site as well as a playground. There will be parking spaces that are accessible to those different units, and we look forward to the opportunity to provide this affordable housing in the Seffner area. Our goal ultimately is to bring the community together to provide a very needed service. We've been very fortunate thus far to receive support on the local level from the Housing Authority, from the Affordable Housing Division within the Hillsborough community, and also from the Planning and Zoning thus far. So we appreciate your consideration, and I'm available for any questions if you have any. Thank
Okay,
you.
I don't, but thank you. Mr. Beachy.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. I want to provide as Mr. Horner referenced, we have some revised conditions that, oh, here they are. Just one revised condition that we, there we go. That condition was not in the original staff report, condition 1.3. I'll just read that for the record. This condition applies only to the building clusters abutting the eastern boundary of the project. No building cluster shall exceed 100 feet in length if the buildings are oriented perpendicular to the single-family homes on the east side of the project. This requirement does not apply.
Okay.
The applicant is requesting a major modification to the approved plan development 050445, located south of East Broadway Avenue and west of Lemon Avenue. The project is an assembly of 4 separate parcels totaling 10.29 acres. The proposed application is to adjust multiple conditions of the PD, including related to the number of approved units, building types, number of units per building, massing, and secondary and primary access to the project. And there's a number of conditions that are transportation cleanup conditions. The applicant is requesting approval to develop 2-story walk-up multifamily apartments to be limited to no more than 14 units per building cluster. That's in condition 1.1. Condition 1.3 references the eastern boundary of the project. Adjacent to that, there'll be a maximum of 100 feet. And I read 1.3, didn't I? So I don't need to talk about that. Transportation staff has removed conditions 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and added conditions 16, 17, and 18 in reference to the access to the property. In general, this is the compatibility of this project. There's an increase in the density of affordable housing, and there's a decreasing of some of the impacts to the buildings to the east on that boundary by reducing the amount of massing. So we find the proposal supportable, and I'm available for any questions.
Just any comments you have on Mr. Horner's request for modification at 2.2? It's a clean.
Yes, we don't have any problems with changing that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And Planning Commission.
Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 9 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. The site is located, I'm sorry. The site is located within the Residential 9 Future Land Use category, which is typically limited to a maximum density of 9 dwelling units per acre. However, the applicant is requesting an affordable housing density bonus, specifically under the Project Design Plan Density Bonus, because at least 20% of the total dwelling units are reserved for low or very low income households. In the Residential 9 Plan category, the Affordable Housing Density Bonus allows the applicant to achieve a maximum density of 12 dwelling units per acre. Planning Commission staff has worked with Development Services staff and Affordable Housing Services staff to determine that the proposed project meets all the criteria outlined in the housing element in order to receive the Affordable Housing Density Bonus. In a memo dated November 8th, 2019, Cheryl Howell, the Director of Affordable Housing, outlined the criteria from the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan that must be met in order to receive the Affordable Housing Density Bonus. In collaboration with all three of these agencies, it was determined that the requirements have been met. Condition 6 in the housing element of the comprehensive plan seeks to ensure compatibility of the proposed project in the context of the existing community. The subject property is surrounded predominantly by single-family residential development, vacant land, and light commercial uses to the north, south, well, in all directions, which is compatible with the proposed multifamily development and consistent with this condition. Housing Element Comprehensive Plan Policy 3.6.1 states that density bonuses will be utilized as an incentive to encourage the development of more affordable housing. The proposed project is consistent with this policy as it does meet all the requirements as aforementioned. Overall, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use and density are compatible with the area while meeting the affordable housing density bonus requirements set forth in the comprehensive plan. The proposed development also meets the intent of the Seffner Mango Community Plan, which supports infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area while also providing for compatibility with existing and established uses. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services.
Okay, thank you. Anybody tonight in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition to this request? Mr. Horner?
We thank you for your time.
Thank you. With
Appreciate
that,
it.
we'll close Major Mod 191140.
The final item on tonight's agenda then is E8, rezoning application PD 19-1163. The applicant's Homes by West Bay Incorporated. The request is rezoned from RSC 6 and ASC 1 to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Cami Corbett, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. Given the hour and the fact that the staff reports are very thorough on the planning issues and that this is an 11-acre parcel proposing 35 single-family homes, I'm going to jump right into addressing some of the concerns that have been submitted into the record. Sure. We did have a neighborhood meeting. It was fairly well attended. There were similar questions that were raised at that meeting that were raised in the record about transportation and stormwater. One particular planning-related issue that was raised by some people in Durant Woods, which is directly to the west, was about the lot size, the minimum lot size. The applicant is proposing a minimum lot size of 8,050 square feet, which is 1,050 square feet more than is allowed in the current RSC zoning district, which is what that property that abuts Durant Woods is zoned today. And I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and address the transportation cooker.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Let's see if I can get this to. There we go. Good evening, Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Real quick, wanted to address, one, we did an access management analysis for the project, which evaluated the access for the project. In addition, given some of the concerns we had on traffic, we've done some additional analysis above and beyond what's required per the code for the project. One, we looked at the level of service of Durant Road in the area. And what this provides is the left side is the AM peak hour, right side is the PM peak hour. The green is existing traffic, peak season traffic. The blue is the project traffic. And the line up here is the level of service D capacity. So as you can see, Level of service D capacity is 836 vehicles per hour. Out there today, there's around 400, 450. We
Is that
had
the adopted level of service?
That is the adopted level of service. That is out of the level of service handbook for the county. So that shows that there's plenty of capacity on Durant Road for the project. In addition to that, we've also done some additional analysis because there was some concerns about Durant, Pearson, Mulrunnan. So, and I'll hand this into the record, but we did an additional analysis of that intersection. Went out and did counts, looked at peak season, added our project traffic to it. As you can see, I've highlighted here in yellow. Peak season, it operates at B and C. With the project, it operates at C. Again, the adopted level of service is D. And then in addition,
is D.
D, correct. And then in addition to that, the intersections were Durant, the Dover, and Little. There is in the CIP right now to do improvements there. One is the roundabout at that location. So we ran a roundabout analysis to see how that would work. And as you can see here, I've highlighted again in yellow. You're talking A's and B's all across the board for both the peak season and with the project traffic. And again, I'll hand that report in as a supplement to our access management analysis.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Squirrella. How are you?
Good.
Todd Amadon, Landmark Engineering, 8515 Palm River Road. Just want to give you a quick general overview of the stormwater requirements. We had a great discussion at the community meeting about it. In general, this is a good soil site, type A soils. We foresee this being a single stormwater pond, being a dry retention pond. And as you know, the requirements from SwiftMud and Hillsborough County require that be designed to hold and percolate the 100-year storm or 1% chance storm. So I don't see there being any discharge from the pond. I see it having zero impact on adjacent properties.
All right, thank you
for any questions you have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cami Corbett. With that, we conclude our presentation and save time for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. And Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. The applicant is seeking to rezone 11.20 acres from RSC 6 and ASC 1 to PD. The site is located in the Res 4 future land use category, allowing a maximum density of 4 units per acre. To enable this density, a rezoning is necessary to allow for a corresponding lot size. For this project, a total of 35 residential units are proposed, and as you heard by the applicant, the minimum lot size will be over 8,000, and that will result in a density of 3.13 units per acre. Also, the site is located in the urban service area, which is serviced with water and wastewater facilities. The site is located on the south side of Durant Road, west of Little Road. Durant Road is a 2-lane undivided substandard collector roadway. A design exception for this road has been approved and is in our backup for your review. And also transportation staff is here if you need any additional information on that. The sole access for the site will occur on Durant Road with a cross-access point being provided along the southern PD boundary. No opportunity for cross-access to the west is available due to existing development, and no access to Little Road is proposed due to the location of such an access would be an offset from Beachmont to the north and create an offset intersection. However, the applicants have agreed to a pedestrian access to Little Road. Staff's review of the development pattern in the area finds comparable zonings allowing for similar densities, therefore no compatibility issues were identified. Planning Commission staff has found this to be consistent, and we received no objections from reviewing agencies, and therefore we recommend approval subject to conditions.
Thank you, Michelle. And the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area, but it is not located within the limits of a community plan. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to planned development to allow for 35 single-family residential lots with an 8,050 square foot minimum lot size. This general area is developed with a mix of suburban scale single-family residential and remnant agricultural parcels. The proposed single-family detached residential would allow development that is comparable to the suburban residential development pattern that's established in the area. The subject site is located within the urban service area where most new growth should be directed per policies of the comprehensive plan. The subject property's future land use designation of residential 4 allows for, suitable for low-density residential development. With 35 single-family residential units, the proposed planned development is meeting minimum density requirements as outlined in the future land use element. In addition to the proposed density and use being compatible with the area, the site has requested vehicular interconnections to the north and south to adjacent neighborhoods. Policy 16.7 of the comprehensive plan in the future land use element requires residential neighborhoods to include an efficient system of internal circulation and street stub outs to connect adjacent neighborhoods together. A pedestrian connection is proposed to the east. Per development services, a vehicular access cannot be provided to the east as it would not meet spacing requirements. A connection cannot be provided immediately to the west because the area is already platted. Overall, the proposed plan development is compatible with the existing residential development pattern found within the surrounding area, and the request would also promote connectivity. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services.
Thank you. Is there anybody here tonight in support of this request? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Yes, sir. How many need to speak? Just one? Okay. Yes, sir. Come on up. Sir, you got to get on the microphone before you go to speak. Either way, if you want to do it there, yeah, let's pull up that microphone.
This is a diagram that was provided by the...
Tell you what, say your name and address first.
James Lathrop, 2711 Little Road. And trying to get this oriented correctly here.
180 degrees. Turn it over completely.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Thank you. My primary concern...
Sir, you got to get the microphone up close to you.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My primary concern on this is the issue of water. If you look at the outline of the parcel, this is the parcel where I am, which is directly south of it. And there are other parcels that are also in the southeast quadrant there. In the document here, if you could read it, there's a section that talks about that there is no current water features on the property and that there are none planned, which to me says that there's no retention ponds.
Well, sir, you just heard testimony a few minutes ago from the engineer directly that there would be, and that would hold the 100-year event.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Okay, that was just the testimony just received.
Okay.
Is there a particular question you had about it?
Can you tell me where that is, how large it is?
I can't, but I can ask. You can ask what you'd like to know, and maybe if they have the information available,
Sure.
we're willing to offer it.
That'd be very helpful.
Okay.
Again, Todd Amidon with Landmark Engineering. The retention pond is planned as a long, rather U-shaped pond around on the low part of the property. And in the notes, it was referencing existing water bodies, lakes, streams, creeks, or anything, and there's none of that immediately adjacent to the project.
Okay, thank you for doing that, Mr. Amidon.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Is that it, sir? Okay, ma'am, did you also need to? Yeah. Come on up. Microphone.
I'm Pat Lathrop, 2711 Little Road, Valrico, Florida, 33596.
Yes.
Okay, I'm his wife. We're realtors,
Mm-hmm.
so we have no problem in not liking new homes being built, but that's 30-some homes on 11 acres. And there is all kinds of water that come down from what was the Mills Horse Ranch, okay, onto a driveway that is right in front of our house. And the water comes down like a river if we get a very hard rain. And it flows on through our property, on down toward Little Road, around in some other properties. And it just looks like we're going to be flooded out because they're putting all these houses and there's no retention between those houses and that driveway. And they washed that driveway out, just the land that's pasture. Our driveway gets washed out to Little Road and the stone just goes right on down Little Road. And that is one of our big concerns about this. Okay? I love new homes. I sell new homes. But that is our big concern.
Thank you for your testimony. ma'am.
Okay, and also, we have a turtle on the property. Will they take care of that? One of the,
Ma'am, they're welcome to address whatever information, you're welcome to express your concerns.
okay, well, there is a gopher turtle
Okay?
on the property. Will they take care of that?
Well, you can see if they want to respond to your question, if that's your concern. Ma'am,
Yes.
is that your concern? Because if so,
That's one concern, yes.
well, listen, I didn't know you were going to testify. I'll let you
I'm
back
sorry.
up. Is there anything else that you want to ask?
No, that's it.
Okay, then we'll have that, we'll see what they want to address in their rebuttal, but thank you for your comments.
I missed that. Is the gopher tortoise on is she alleging that the gopher tortoise is on the proposed rezoning property or on her property?
No, it's on the Mills Beach.
Okay.
Anyway, in any event, to the extent that there are protected species on site, that's addressed through permitting, and that will be addressed. I would like to, again, have Mr. Amidon just briefly address her comments.
Okay, thank you.
Todd Amidon, Landmark Engineering. Just real briefly, again, I can't promise that there's an existing condition that we're going to solve it, but I can guarantee you that we're not going to make any existing conditions worse. Like I said, we're going to hold the entire 100-year and not have an adverse impact from the development on the adjacent properties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Just have one letter of support and an article I'd like to submit into the record.
Okay. Good. With that, we're going to close PD 19-1163, and I believe that will do it for our hearing tonight.